What's up, my geeks? Jeffrey Powers here from Geekazine. It's a fun day Friday, and we've got a fun project that we're going to do here live for you guys. A little geeky project, a little technical, but yet a little bit old school, I guess you could call it. Maybe some, what's the word I was thinking of? Oh, just blew out of my mind. Anyway, we are going to install this, or we're going to put together this. This is the Wood Trick 3D mechanical puzzle hand for your mechanics. It's all wood, and we're just going to have some fun with it. I always wanted an extended arm, and I'm going to do that. Now we're going to do that, and we're going to do that next on Geek Tech Talk Live with Jeffrey Powers. Steampunk, that's what I was trying to remember. The word steampunk, a little steampunkish here. Hey everybody, Jeffrey Powers from Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geeky, got moi, and you're finding the socials right here, right down here. You can find me everywhere from Twitter to Facebook to even Amazon. Just look for Geekazine, Geekazine. Think Magazine, put in the geek. Boom, Geekazine. It's actually how I figured out how I was going to actually have that website when I first looked for the websites. And I'll tell you that story as we're building the Wood Trick here. What do we have here? We have the Wood Trick hand. Let's flip it around for you. There you go. So you can see it. It is the Wood Trick hand puzzle. It's a 3D mechanical puzzle that's made of wood. And I haven't done wood mechanical stuff like this in a very long time. And I'm very excited because I've just found this whole group here, and I think even Jennifer's a bit excited on how this all works here. Let me do something really quick. Hold on. Come on out. There you go. So anyway, so what this works really well. We might just do some more of these, and I know I've been talking about doing builds, and I am definitely going to do this build here, and we'll be switching back between that and, of course, the other builds that I've been doing. Now, if you've ever seen one of my builds, it's really simple. I do this in real time. That means that it's never going to get edited. It'll end up going up on YouTube. Right now we are live everywhere, but it'll end up going on Geekazine, and usually videos like this, I will edit out certain things, you know, like spaces and pauses and things like that, and me kind of, you know, things like that. But in this case, it's going to be 100% from start to finish. The reason why is because I want you to build it with me. And that's a great way to do that piece by piece, and we're both experiencing it together. And I think that's pretty cool. So, and what we got here is the Wood Trick wooden robot hand, robotic arm kit. It's a mechanical hand. So basically, we will put it in here, and it will run it like a regular hand, except it's an extension to our hands, which is really cool. I'll be able to finally grab that stuff off the top shelf. Yeah, so we'll see how it works. It's very exciting. I can't wait to see what we're gonna experience. I don't know how we're going to experience it yet because I've never built this type of stuff before. As a kid, I've had Lincoln Logs and erector sets and Lego and all that other stuff, and I've built stuff with all of that. But having something, and I'm assuming this is some sort of CC milled thing where they take like maybe balsa wood, or that's what it kind of looks like in from the top here, and puts it all together. So I'm just really excited. I can't wait to do this. So and of course they have in their line, they have a whole bunch of really cool projects, and that's what really got Jennifer excited. From carousels to windmills to semi trucks to just a whole bunch of more guns. I mean, you know, guns. We don't need more guns, but anyway, trucks to just a whole host of really cool things that you can build with wood. Even a plane. Hey, yeah, why not build a plane out of wood? It can happen. Yeah. So, and it's just, it's I don't know. It's just this whole idea of taking things a step back to move them a step forward is kind of exciting. I can't wait to do it. So with that said, with that done, and with that all put together, let's see, did I talk about the price? This was $36 on Amazon. It was just amazing. And so yeah, it was easy to get. First of all, hey, before we continue forward, just want to let you know I did purchase this with my own funds. Therefore, Wood Trick didn't ask me to do this review. I did this out of the, goodness of my heart. And, because I was excited. I was geeking out over this and said, yeah, I've definitely got to do this. But all opinions that I say, everything that I say is on my own opinion. You can see my review policies here over at geekazine.com. All right, with that said, with that done, let's do this. Let's open this puppy up and see what we got. So here we are, and we got the Wood Trick. I got to take out the plastic. So I do have a handy knife. I don't know how much I will need a knife for this. So I do have a knife handy because I think the parts, I don't know how easy these parts will come apart from the wood base. So, and I'm not sure if I need any extra parts. I'm assuming everything that I need will be in this box right here. So let's take the film off. There we go. Look at that. Film is now off. And let's dispose of this film properly. There we go. And let's get back. Hopefully I didn't throw that. Okay. I have a light right behind me. I wanted to make sure that the plastic didn't fall into the light. Make sure. Yeah. Okay. That's the last thing you need is just have a small little melting, smoking thing behind me, and instead of a light. So anyway, there we are. Let's do this. We've now opened this. Let's get this open and see what we got. I do have a handy dandy little table to my side here, which I can hold things building. So yeah. So let's do that. Let's bring this open. Now, like I said, when I was a kid, I did a lot of Lego, a lot of erector set. In fact, my erector set basically got repurposed to build things. When I got my first guitar, for example, I had no pick guard on. It was a Les Paul custom, or knockoff, I guess you could say, and it had no pick guard on it because I got it used. So I took a piece of plastic and I cut it up to resemble the pick guard. And then I took a couple pieces of the erector set and then used that as a brace from the guitar to the pick guard. So and eventually the erector set became dismantled that way. So what do we got here in this unbox? Well, first of all, it looks like we have a big solid piece of wood, but it's not really. This is the layers for all the pieces right here. We've got the first one right here. I don't know if you can see that or not. It says key. Let's zoom in on that. There we go. So over here it says key, and then as you can see, each piece has a number to it. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then they're saying 2s right here, down here. 2, 2, 9. I'm not sure. These circular ones always say 2, and I don't know what that means just yet. But it looks like we have several different boards, and it looks like they burned or they numbered everything on the back too, but as you notice, it's backwards as opposed to forwards. On the bottom here we have a little numbering system. It says number 16.3 and then it says 8.1, so that we might need those for a later time here. So let's zoom back out to see what else we got in the box. So that's just a overlay here. We got some rubber bands and what looks like a piece of foam or something. I don't know. Interesting. Set that there. We've got toothpicks. Yeah, I had a nice steak earlier, so yeah, I could probably pick my teeth with these. But anyway, we're probably using these somehow in this build. We got a couple smaller board pieces. Is this one piece? This is one piece. This is it. It's actually, it's I don't know if you can see this, but it's pretty thick. From what I was expecting, I thought it'd be a little bit thinner. So, and I'm not sure how these pieces are going to pop out just yet. Look at this wing. That feels a little bit loose to come out. So, but these other pieces, I'm not sure. I might have to grab something to help me with that. And then finally, last but least, or not, or actually no, not last but not least. But here's a nice, in multiple languages, New World of Art. Let's see. Where's the English? That's Russian. That's all Russian. This page is all Russian. So I'm wondering if this is an addendum to what's in here. So we'll set the box to the side. There we go. We got the wood trick. And I was really hoping that they had online instructions. They have videos online, but no online instructions there. So here's what we've got. We've got our paper instructions, and it looks like we will run from there as best as possible. And I will try and keep you keyed in as best as possible what the pages are like. Let's see if we can fold this. I should have had another camera set up for these instructions, because it's definitely not booklet style. It's a little bit, it's a little bit elongated. So there's not a good way to have this on the table. Yeah, definitely. And I tried to look to see if somebody did some independent instructions, kind of take the manual and scan it in, but I did not see anything like that. So we'll just go from here, and maybe if I see, if for future builds, maybe there'll be something. We'll see what happens. So, all right, I think this is where we start. It doesn't have step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 on here. Oh yeah, it does. There it does, on the corner, down in the corner there. So, okay. So let's do that. We got to go with step 1. So in order to get to step 1, we need to get this board back out here, and we need to break into it. So it looks like since that board is thicker than I expected, I'm guessing there's about 5, maybe 6 boards in here. We'll find out. It's not a balsa wood thing, that's for sure. So it's gonna hold up pretty true, I think. What do you guys think? Let me know. Just comment here, ask questions if you want to, but let's just chat. Let's have some fun. All right, here we go. Got that out. We'll throw that to the side. We'll start like there. With the key, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boards. 5 boards. What do you see? What do you think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. We'll start with one, and yeah, it's definitely starting to smell like wood in here. We've got a key, and I'm not sure what the key means, if that's part of this whole thing. So, all right. So with this, it says we're gonna start with these pieces right here, starting with this one, and these pieces, and one of them is one of those 2s. So definitely use that. So how do we pop this out without breaking it? I might need to go get something that will help me with that, because I'm putting a little bit of pressure to these, and they're not popping the way that I want them to easily pop out. I could try with the knife a little bit, kind of go around the edge, and of course, if you're doing this in parental supervision, all that other good stuff, if you are under the age. So let's see if that helps a little bit. Not easy to pop these out. So let's see. There we go. We got one of the 2s are popping out. Let me go get. I will be right back. Give me a minute here as I go to get a screwdriver that might help out here in this situation. And I think that's over here. It's over here. That's over here. Here they are. Da 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 da. So it's probably a good idea to have some tools close by, just in case. Maybe the machining of these boards didn't really hit properly, and so you want to get them out. So we're going to try and use the smallest of my Watchmaker series screwdrivers. It's always cool to have, especially if you own glasses. If you've ever had glasses that had like a screw come loose, you definitely have a Watchmaker's tool set in there. So let's see if we can use that to help with the putting on pressure to get some of this stuff out. And we're being careful not to push through because that could definitely hurt me. Don't want to stab my hand on the other end. That would not be a good thing right there. And these are not coming out as easily as I wanted them to. And I am applying a little bit of pressure to them. There we go. There's the first one. And of course, yeah, I think you might even have to watch out for splinters a little bit. So, a little splinter warning. So there's one. That was 12. And 12 is going to go right there. So we're going to need some toothpicks. You realize this is not deterring me from continuing on. I'm fairly excited on this. So, and the toothpicks are going to go, there's going to be 5 toothpicks that we need. So we're going to set the toothpicks there. And we're going to bring this in like this. 1 toothpick, 2 toothpick, 3 toothpick, 4 toothpick, and I'm assuming there's extra toothpicks. And oof, they are not pushing in that well. And since it's going to be going that way, I'm going to put it in like that. And same thing with this one. So a little bit of pressure needs to be applied, and I might have to go get some other tools to help me apply this a little bit better. There we go. And this, now of course, that toothpick just slides through without a problem. So maybe it's meant to do it that way. I don't know. Next is number 13, and we're just going to go through the numbers here. And I think you just have to, the best thing to do is just rock it back and forth, and then it'll eventually pop out. There we go. So 13 is going to go like, from what I understand, because it's got an interesting curve and notch system, and it really doesn't tell you which way is up and which way is down. But I think from what looking at the instructions, this goes this way. And that doesn't push through all the way. I have a feeling we got a theme going here. Because it's got to push all the way through. From what I see. So we'll get to these watchmaker. See if we can widen the hole a little bit with these watchmaker tools. Try not to grab any drill bits or anything like that. Maybe work around the hole a little bit. There we go. Try not to break the toothpick because you definitely don't want to do that. There we go. There we go. Look at that. That works a little bit better. It's definitely not the easiest thing to push through. So we'll do it this way first. And take these out because I don't need them right away. We'll work on this one first. So get these together. There we go. And then we've got 15 and 16. So we'll start on one end and we'll rock it back and forth. And it does seem to, yeah, it just pops after that. So then we'll put that in like this. Let's see if we can Find these holes a little bit. And you know, maybe I didn't go through this whole thing, so maybe there's some additional instruction down here. No, there is not. Yeah, there is not. Now, I did have those instructions in Russian. Maybe I got sent something that was supposed to be in Russian here. And I'm looking at, I'm looking at this one-page dealio. And even though I can't read Russian, I got somewhat of an idea. It does say I have a knife handy, so I can get a better knife if I need to. I might need to push in on the holes a little bit better. But yeah, I should see if there's a English version of this somewhere. Or maybe the video. Hold on a second. Let me look here. Give me a second here. It's a problem when you start from scratch, then there's only so much you can research before there it is. Characteristics. Country, Ukraine. Okay. So we've got some videos here on how to do it. But, you know, of course, that is defeating the purpose. Yeah, there's no instructions. So, thank you. I saw a couple people click on the link. Thank you guys very much for doing that. Let's just continue on. So, I'm guessing if you definitely want to have maybe something that can help open up the holes a little bit more, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a drill bit. Not going to use a drill, but I'm just going to find the bit that can push through this a little bit better. So, give me a second here. And here are my bits. I'm finding a good one that'll go straight through, and there we go. I think that might work. I don't think any of those are going to work. If I had a owl, it's an AWL, which is like a little screwdriver that's got a pointy end on it, I'd use that. I do have this screwdriver over here. That might help on this. It's a smaller, with a better handle on it. I think this will work better. All right, we're back. So I think, yeah, this will give me a little bit more pressure point. So I'll work through it. There we go. Look at that. Kind of widen these holes out a little bit. So yeah, this is a project you're definitely probably going to need some extra tools for this, because there's only so much that it will do putting this together. on the machine. So hopefully that was enough to widen the holes enough to get the toothpicks through. There we go. Not easy, but there we go. We got 2 more holes down here, and I know that there's a piece in between there, 2 pieces in between there that I need to be aware of. So let's widen these holes out a little bit. That one didn't need it that much. So the 2 pieces on the bottom are 2 and 14. So there's 14. Once again, we're going to rock it back and forth. There we go. Come on out. There you go. There's that. And then on one of the 2s, I'm just going to use this so I can... There we go. It's not rocking out easily, but it's a very small piece. So let's do this. Let's fill the donut hole. There we go. And then we'll keep rocking it until it pops out, possibly. Don't want to put too much force on it. So I think what we're going to do in the next step is we're gonna pop out all the pieces first, and then line them up. I'm going to take out my knife. I think I need that for this. Kind of scar the edges a little bit more. Score, not scar. The word is score. Just doesn't want to seem to come out of the area. Whereas the other pieces popped out pretty easily since this is so circular. It's not being as easy as it should. So definitely want to have parental supervision if you're attempting these projects. So I should probably call my parents. That's probably a good idea. Mom, Dad, I need help. There we go. Ooh, it took a little bit of working out, but definitely got it to go. And all right, so basically from what I saw, toothpick comes in here and goes in through this hole like that. So let's zoom in so you can see what's going on. So, and then this piece is going to go above that like so. And I don't think I scored that hole too well. There we go. There we go. Push that in a little bit better. Hopefully we don't break a toothpick here. There we are. There we are. And yeah, the toothpicks are a little bit pointy. So finding a good place to put your fingers is a little tough. So and there we go. That's the first part. So we have 15 and 16 that we need to put through here. Wait. Oh no, that was 15. We need 16, which is right here. Zoom back out for you. Not what I expected. But on the same token, I think a little bit of what I expected to try and get these pieces out. So you definitely want to have something to score the edges a little bit to help get these pieces out. And over on this side, hold on a second. So I'm continuing to widen out these holes a little bit, being as careful as I can. This is wild. This is going to put a little bit more thought into things, definitely. And then it's going to go right into here, into these toothpicks like this. All right. So it's getting some encouragement from the fan. That's awesome. It's always awesome. So you got to be, I just realized you got to be absolutely certain where things go, or else it's going to be tough to get this thing apart. I mean, let's put in this part together. We're still on step one, and we're not even finished with step one. And this is where it is right now, and it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. So, and then there's like so on this piece there's a little exclamation point. I don't know if you see that right there. So I'm not sure what that means, but I don't know. And then it looks like what we're going to do is, we'll zoom this back out. Then it looks like we're going to have to cut a lot of these, except for this last one, which will be put in the center here. And then we still have the bottom part to put together. And that's 18, 2, and 8. So let's do that. Flip this back over. We got 18, 2, and 8. There's 8 and there's 18. We'll take out 18 because that'll probably be the easiest piece to remove from this whole thing. And there's a lot of 2s, so I'm going to try and stick with the 2s that they suggest that I use at that time. And that's this 2 up here. And we'll rock it back and forth until it hopefully pops out. Don't want to make the hole too big, I suppose. Try and score this a little bit on those edges. There, it's coming out. Not easy, but it is. There we go. That's 2 and 8 and oh, 18 and 8. And this one, I'm going to have to be very careful because that's a very small piece right there. Let me show you. So this is the piece right here. So that looks a little tough to pull out. So let's kind of rock it back and forth. Score the edges a little bit. This takes me back to the model airplane days, and yeah, I did do some balsa wood planes. So I have a feeling that we're going to be going over. I mean, we're 35 minutes in, and we haven't even finished the first step. I might have to actually just we might have to just pull these pieces out and then continue on at a later time in a second part here. Because this is turning out to not be as easy as I thought it would be. And that's fine. You know, that's the whole idea of the project. There we go. Up. And it came out hard, so I'm really concerned. Yeah, I did chip. It chipped. It chipped a piece of that, but it still looks fairly intact. So hopefully that's not going to need to... Looks like some sort of puzzle piece or something like that. So we'll figure something out. If I ended up breaking it to the point where it can't be used. So now this piece, from what I'm seeing, goes down here like that. Oops, excuse me. And then this one's going to go there. So I need 2 toothpicks. This toothpick coming through here. And then this will be on this side. Now no, I have to keep these intact, so I definitely have to widen out this hole a little bit. And this is gonna, oops, we're gonna push this through so it's in the middle. I'll put this piece in. Not as easy as it looks. And when I push in, I do a little twisting motion to help with pushing it in a little bit better. Now this number 2, this little guy is going to go in right in front of it. It's not easy either. Let's work in the hole a little bit better. There we go. Hopefully that helped. That's even tough to pull out. Let's shave around it a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's easier. There we go. And I think we worked at this whole, I'm going to call it a donut. So that works a little bit better. And do I have that coming the right way? There we go, like this. And then there's that piece that I might have chipped to the point where hopefully we won't have to worry about it. There's a way to actually glue, a little bit of wood glue, and you can get that piece too. If you have any of these pieces that end up breaking, you could probably get just a little bit of wood glue and put it back together. If anything, you can actually use some of the extra wood that's going to be definitely in there. So anyway, this is what it looks like right here. That's part one. Right there. Let's zoom out a little bit. Now, with part one, it says that we're going to cut these three, and then this one, and then this piece and these two pieces are going to be like that. So I'm going to try and just do the break method. I don't think the break method is a good idea. It suggests that we get a little knife. So let me find a better knife. I'm going to use a utility knife. And I know where my utility knife is. At least I believe I know where the utility knife is. I thought it was in here. Thought I used it for this project. I don't see it anywhere. So it's probably sitting in my tool drawer. Za-da-da-da-da-da-da. Za-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's not there. Let me think. Maybe it's in my other tool drawer. Hold on. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of my face. Jeez, crackers. I'll use the cardboard here. So what they're saying... Oh, no, actually, that's what they did say. I think they say just break them off and then shear them down just a little bit. So, and we're going to set these aside. You don't know if I'll need them for something else. So, let's break them like this. That was a cleaner break. There we go. Oh, nice. And this didn't break too cleanly, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my utility knife and be very careful and kind of take that down. Because it's going to probably pop down. There we go. There it is. So, and we don't need that. So we're going to take one more and push this through a little bit more. And then we're going to break these. Yeah, okay, so now breaking them is a little bit easier. Here, let's zoom in so you can see. So basically what I'm doing is I'm holding it close to the edge and I'm pushing, so that makes a more flat break on there. Over here, I didn't put the toothpick in all the way, so these might not break right. So I'm just going to take my little tool here and kind of work it like a saw very carefully, because they'll, as you can see, once they go, you could definitely cut yourself easily. There we go. And then collect up all these wood pieces so we don't get splinters and put them over here. And there we go. We got the first piece done. And as they said, these three toothpicks stay as they are. So what's next? Next is we're going to need 17 to 10 17. Zoom back out. It needs 2 of the 2s. So that's going to be fun. See if we can work it out with the better. Nope, that's not helping. There we go. There's 17. We'll save the 2s for a minute here. Where's 10? That says 20. There's a 10 piece. Oh, there's the 10 piece up here. And this is this is not as exciting as normally would see. But I think the results will be awesome, and in what I do here. So I want to check really quick, make sure there's no questions in the other chats. Nope, everything looks good. So as you can see, we also have some of the other wood models down here, including like the wood train and the semis, and then this little puzzle box. That'll be cool to check out. I think I'll need a little break between these builds, because these are definitely not the easiest things to do. And I probably will watch a couple other people building these things to see if there's any other tricks that they employ that I did not in these. Yeah, you don't want to. These circular ones are super tough, and I just bent the top layer of the wood in rocking this back and forth. But I'm trying to rock it back and forth a little bit so it's easier to punch out, and it's easier said than done. I'm going to score the edges here. I might have to actually start employing this tool to score it better, because this can get in there a little bit more, and it can cut past it, making sure not to cut anything that we need. There. Still not. Let's try. Let's go to the other side. Get that. Oops. Ooh. Get the edge. Don't get the middle. There you go. It's a soft wood, so it's gonna cut quick. I did not cut myself there. Easier said than done. This is a wild project, that's for sure. There we go. There's one. I might just have to get all these 2s out of the way, because these are the pain. And these are just basically like washers. As you can see, It's not easy pulling that out. But, you know, hey, that's the beauty of this. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? Is that how that works? Let's see if I can work this out a little bit better. Wow. Come on. I think it would be nice if these boards broke apart a little bit, you know, like a little perforation. So once I took all these pieces out, I could just kind of pop the board. There we go. Wow. All right, and then the last piece is this piece right here. Wait, no, we did 10. But it does say, oh, I see. Okay, there's a 10 down here, and then this 20 right here we need to pop out from what I'm looking at. And I see a little edge right there. I don't know if you can see that. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. So right here, there's like a little notch, and I have a feeling that that's going to go in this piece, possibly. Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens. There might be a whole series of notches that we'll have to watch out for. But when you're taking this piece out, watch out, because that could easily bust that notch. So, the more careful you are, the better. The better with the butter you are. All right, so now we've got the piece like this. We're going to take the 20 piece with that little notch, and we're gonna have it like that. So zooming back in. So that's how that piece is gonna go. And I didn't widen these holes, so let's do that right now. This screwdriver is now called my hole widener screwdriver. Because if I do this project again, I will definitely need that. So it's going to go like this. And push in. Like so. And then this next piece, I'm not sure how this is working. So this piece, this goes right here, but I'm not sure how. Oh, this piece does not go like that. See? And now I'm going to have to try and figure out how to pull this apart. There we go. You can easily get misdirected on here, for sure, for sure. So, okay, one of these goes right here, a little washer doodad, and then we've got the bottom one goes in here, while it also goes up here. Like that. I think. There is another washer doodad. Oh wait, we got this piece here. Yeah, there's so much happening here. That's crazy. So, okay. So this was right. And then this is going to go like this right here. Jay's asking, does the model use toothpicks? Yes. And once this is finished, is it like a box that needs to be solved to open? Oh, you're looking at the rocker puzzle. Yeah, I believe that's what that is. So and there's a lot of different ones here. This is the one we're working on right now, and that's the wood trick wood hand. right here. So, just so you know, I don't work for the company. I will try and answer your questions as best as possible, though, because that's what I do. I don't think I widened this hole, because it's tough to get through. Let me widen this one. There we go. Now I'm going to put this like this. So, now there's this piece, which I'm trying to figure. So I think this piece goes like this. So we're going to need, and the toothpicks do come with the unit. So let's widen these holes. That one was pretty easy. This one, I think I might have sliced it, but it looks good. Let's put the toothpicks in. There we go. There's one, and two. There we go. Now the little washer is going to go into right there from what I'm seeing on the instructions. And then this part is going to go into this hole right here. So let's make sure this is widened. Would it be possible to use as a template for, say, plastic or maybe even metal? I'm thinking it would be awesome to make something similar but in metal. Yeah, I suppose you could probably take the templates and make a metal version of it. I don't see why not. So you just basically take this board and you plot it around there and get a piece of metal and then cut it out that way. I don't know. You might want to talk with the company and see if maybe they have a metal one already made. I don't know. All right. So now we've got this piece, and then there's another piece I'm missing. Did I pull another piece off of here? That's a 19. No, we did not pull 19 out. So let's pull 19 out of the board. That's right here. And this also has a lot of notches on it, so you got to be careful not to break that. We did get a little sliver going there, so you got to cut that to knock that out. So now this is going to get very confusing all of a sudden, as I'm trying to put this all together. So my understanding is that this piece, zoom in again, this piece goes into here, and let's just get a, so this piece goes into here and here. And that, I need to open this hole a little bit more, so I'll do that. Look at that. Sweet. So on the bottom side, we'll push these toothpicks a little bit more. Whew. There's a lot of thought in this. And then we'll push these toothpicks in. There we go. So now we have 2 bottom and 2 top. And my understanding is that this piece goes in right here. Ow! Ah! I poked myself on a toothpick. Ah, crazy. And I think these all push together. And then this piece right here, okay, yeah, because this might not push all together, because that's kind of, that's interesting. Yeah. So this goes like this. need to open these holes a little bit. Hold on. There's one. And two. And I think I did something wrong because I'm seeing, okay, it's like this. I think I did this whole bottom part wrong, flipped around. And you can get flipped around really quick, as you can see. So let's see if there's an easy way to take this all apart. One toothpick, there we go. There's the washer. Take this small piece off again. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so now, take this all off. And we'll start with this piece. Nice and centered. And where are we? So we got this and that piece. This is the wrong way. Let's take those off. So now that we're back to where we were before. So now we're going to take, there's a toothpick that needs to go here. Is there? Yes. There's a washer piece. Washer piece. And let's just pull this out a little bit. Put that in here. Run that through. Wonder what the heck I'm doing. What the heck am I doing? This glove better be worth it. That's all I'm saying. All right. So now we're back to where we were before I messed up. And so we'll start with this piece. This piece definitely goes through here. It's not pushing through, so let's just loosen this hole a little bit. There we go. There we go. And then my understanding is it goes through here. I think we're going to end up breaking that, so I just want to push it through as much as possible. And, oh, yeah. It's going to go through here, and my understanding is it goes through this bottom piece like that. So, and I don't see any little washers, but the toothpick behind it will get a washer, like so. And then I don't see a washer that goes up there, unless I missed on that. Let me just double check. Nope. So this pushes through like so. And I think, yeah, okay. So it's like that. See that? And then we're going to have a toothpick coming through here, and that's where this one comes in. And this is going to end up lying on top, and the top and the back toothpick like that. So it slides like that. And then this one's going to get a washer right here. And this is where it gets confusing, because you have this piece, which is going through. No, not going through those. This washer goes through these top two, like so. Trying not to poke myself. It's getting small. Here, there we go. We just push the toothpick through a little bit. Come on, there you go. Just wanted a little bit more. Okay, so my understanding is that is the case. Now down here, we will push this through these two toothpicks right here. And I know it's getting very confusing because there's a lot of pieces moving right now. I wish I could show you the instructions on the screen. And maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll scan in these instructions so you can see them on in a PDF looking format. And there, we now have the second piece, which I think we've got fine. And now it's saying, okay, all the toothpicks can now get leveled out and cut. So, hopefully they're going to stay in place. If not, I'll probably have to do some gluing. There's the first one. I want to push this through a little bit more. Use the table a little bit. There you go. Knock that out. And we're gonna cut that down a little bit. There we go. And then we're gonna push this through a little bit more. Push this through first because that's gonna be easier to break down. And break down. And then we're gonna push this through a little bit. There we go. And then we're going to break that off and break that off. Yeah, we didn't get the whole thing. So now let's take the knife and be very careful, as there's no place to really grip it to. Getting some sort of scissors might actually even start to be the better thing here. It's not like this is tough wood to knock through. There we go. And there we go. And then the last one right there. Oh, it didn't break at there we go. And there. We have just completed steps 1 and 2 of this build. Wow. So this is, I'm not sure what this is, but it's definitely showing some mechanical use right now. And as we go, I'm not sure what we've just built. We could have built a knuckle. We could have built the hand. But we have 5 more boards. We just went through in 1:09. So we're going to continue on just for a little bit longer. And if it goes past the next hour, which it probably will, I'm going to do some pre-planning with part 2. But we'll definitely have a part 2 for this. And I'm just trying to cut off. There we go. The excess right there. So anyway, so let me take a quick drink of water. This was definitely, I knew this was going to be more of a challenge. But didn't realize how much of a challenge this was. If this is just part one, I can't wait to see what part two is. Let's flip the page here. Now, oh wow, that's interesting. So I just flipped the page. Let's show you this. I'll set this to the side. I think it's taking us to a different board altogether, because now it's asking us to go to board number 4. And build whatever this is. That's probably the base of the head, the palm of the hand, or the back part of the hand is my guess. Because it looks like we're going to be taking that first piece we just put in, and we're going to be using those notches to put it in right there. So let's see how difficult this becomes. This might be actually easier. So let's move this board out of the way. So we're going to need this long piece right here, and we're going to need this piece. So 2 pieces. This one will probably be super easy to pop out. Yes, it is. This one we have to be very careful because it's a long piece, and yeah, it could probably bust on us. So let's see if we can score this a little bit. Take the toothpick off of there. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. You're noticing I'm going a little bit and then I'm pulling up. It's so I can see if I'm going in the right direction and I'm not cutting any extra wood, which I am not. The other side is going to be tougher because it's got these notches and then it starts to bend here, and that's going to be tough. But it looks like I scored it enough to knock out one end, and that's cool. Maybe not totally on this end. I think I got a little splinter. Be ready to get a splinter or two. There we go. Actually, we see some burn marks right here. I don't know if you can see this or not, but right about here, it looks like the machine got a little bit extra hot right there, so it burned on the edge. That's, not a big deal. Just noticeable. It's interesting because this is how they cut it. There we go. We're still being as careful as possible because this is a very long piece. There we go. Most of it out, and there we go. Perfect. Perfect. We're going to set this over to the side. I'm going to move this over. Now this basically says that if we hold the piece like this, and we hold the board like this, that it's going to notch in like this, I believe. And then, yeah, there's a little notch down here. And that little notch will then fit into that hole. And I don't think any of these pieces right here, these drawn pieces, are they gonna pop out, or are they not supposed to pop out? They look like they're supposed to pop out. Because on this drawing right here, it looks like you can see through it. So there's more removal here, but I think we can be a little bit more quick with popping these out because these are not pieces that are needed. So still a little bit nice if they would have just removed them, cut them through. easy. There we go. I still haven't taken out this circular one. There we go. Yeah, it definitely would have been nice if these were taken out. Because otherwise, why didn't they just... We would have had to take out every single square on there. That would have been chaos. I think I would have stopped it at that point. And this is just a little bit too much. I mean, you want to give them a challenge, but how much of a challenge? Especially for pieces that don't need to be there. Let's see. So, like I said, I used a lot of erector sets in building. I built a lot of erector set stuff. That was what we readily had in the basement. My dad was a construction guy, so and he built model circuses, believe it or not. So we have the Powers Family Circus in miniature in my dad's basement, or garage, one of the two. So it was a train circus, and it was a train circus because of the fact that the only place that he could really display train circuses was at model railroad shows, and the one caveat was it needed to have a train in there. So, and of course, you know, circuses, that was perfect for circuses because circuses back then came into town on trains. If you watched The Greatest Show, The Greatest Showman, that's kind of similar to that. Although I'm thinking about it, they didn't have a train there. But you had The Greatest Show on Earth, which is an oldie but a goodie. I think Jimmy Stewart was in that. They show train life for a circus. There's that. One more here and then we're done. So I would watch my dad build miniature stuff all the time. He had a good passion for that. Still does. I mean, he's still alive, don't get me wrong, but he's I don't know how much he's building circuses nowadays. Probably not that much. I think the last time they showed that circus, because the the main train show we had, they decided that the circus was not part of the train show anymore, and which is okay because my dad was getting up in age, so it was easier to do that. All right, so now we got those pieces out. That was not easy. So now if we stuff this in, and this should click down. And what's interesting about this piece, I'm going to see if I can pull this out without breaking it and show you. So it's like two little tabs. Zoom in. It's two little tabs. We'll zoom in even more. Hold on a second. There, I think that's most we can zoom in. So, and it's got a little slit or notch in there, and I think that's because they can push in a little bit, so it helps lock it into place a little bit better. So with that said, we will make sure we're putting it correctly in now, which is this way. And then get that in that little notch. You slid in before. Why aren't you sliding in now? Probably because I had it upside down. Pretty sure this is the way it goes. It looks like it. There we go. I felt it slide more. There we go. Push that in. Look at that. All right. Now we've made a little paddle. I think this could push in just a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out a way to do it from the... There we go. There it is. Oh, that's pretty solid too. That's cool. So now we have that paddle. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this piece and figure out, and we might have just, this might be actually be a finger. Now I'm looking at it. And I think a rubber band goes on the edge here of this piece right here. They're really not showing it that well. I don't remember there being a rubber band on the last page. Oh, there was a rubber band. I'm sorry. So basically the rubber band goes around what? Let's see. Okay. You remember that notch that I broke, that was broken a little bit? That's where one part of the rubber band goes. And the other part goes around that other notch. I know. What can you do? So let's zoom back in. Let's zoom in all the way. There we go. So this notch gets this part of the rubber band. Not as easy to put in, but then this notch down here gets this part of the rubber band. And that's a pretty thick rubber band, so hopefully that'll hook around and not break. There we go. How we're going to do this. Let's take one of the toothpicks. That'd probably be the easiest. Oof. So if this is one of the fingers, I might just make the other fingers offline for the next part, because it's just, if that's the case, then this is going to be simply rinse and repeat. And you're not seeing what's going on here, but there we go. Takes a little bit doing, and I might just, that's a tough, okay. So there it is with the rubber band on. One of the tendons, I suppose you could say. So now we'll go over here and we got to figure out which spots that's going to go in. As you can see, that's where it's going to go. It's kind of tough to really see those lines. But I'm gonna do a count here because I see 1, 2, 3, and then this piece right here. So 1, 2, 3, and then this piece right here, and I see how it lines up. I'm gonna push it in just a little bit. And then over here we should see its adjoining spots. Look at that. And we'll push them in. And we'll try and what I'm doing is I'm working them back and forth. So I'll push on this side first, and then I'll push on this side, then this side, until I feel like they're all the way in. And then this piece right here with the rubber band, look at that. Come here. Come here. I want you to come here. I think this is one of the fingers. This might be, well, depending on how it is, I'm guessing it's the ring finger. The ring finger that we just put together, because that makes the most sense. So the pinky will be here, the middle finger will be here, and then the index finger will be here, and then the thumb's going to be over here somewhere. That's my guess as how this all goes. So the hand will go in like this, and or no, actually it'll be down a little bit more. And then this is your mandible retractable claw. Rah, rah. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Could also be a tail. That's pretty sweet. So that is that, and I'm gonna flip to the next page, and sure as the sun shines, it's gonna tell me to do the exact same thing. So let's flip through this really quick. I'll probably do this offline. So there's finger number 2. And then it looks like there's a couple extra pieces that are going to go in that will probably hold the 2 fingers together. Let's see if we can see if zooming in's better. So these 2 pieces will probably, it looks like they're set somewhere in between right here. And they might actually, oh, I see what they'll do, is they'll probably line up with this, oh, you can't see what I'm doing. So they'll probably line up with together. So they'll end up moving the fingers together like that and working with this piece. So we'll get the 2 fingers together, and yeah, okay, there's going to be another piece that's going to be made there. So I think what I'm going to do, let's see, I got 2 fingers, there's the 3rd finger, which looks pretty much the same. Yeah, exactly the same. And these are all sized differently. So this is the pinky right here. So it's a smaller group of wood as opposed to the middle finger or the ring finger. Those will be the bigger pieces. And then the index. So what I'm going to do is, it looks like, yeah, all 4 fingers are going to be the exact same. So what we'll do is I'll build those offline, and those only. And so we'll leave this piece like it is right there. And then once I'll build those, and then we'll put those, we'll get those ready for construction into the main piece right here, kind of like already in the oven type thing. And then as you can see, it's going to start folding and unfolding and unfolding and that. So let's see if there's anything that we can do that's new that doesn't have to deal. There's the thumb. At least I think that's the thumb. Looks like the thumb. And the thumb's actually going to be like that, not like this. So it's going to be down below as opposed to the top. In fact, you'll see it on this image right here. You'll see how the thumb is not as opposable as it should be. Let's zoom in on that. Yeah, so the thumb, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Thumb is right here. I don't know if you can see where the magnifying glass is, but it's right there, and it's opposite of the fingers. So hopefully that helps on there. So what I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to build fingers. I'm going to probably build the thumb. Thumb, pretty much the same thing. It's a lot of the washers and the little pieces, and making sure that works. And then we'll come back, and that's where the main part of the build will happen. And there's a lot of interesting parts here. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else we can build right away. You know, kind of get this to the second hour. We'll skip the fingers and thumbs. This piece, yeah, I think this piece right here, we can definitely build up. And I'm not sure what these pieces are just yet. Let's see. I think these, okay, I think this is where the hand's going to go. Your fingers are going to slide into that right there. And then you'll have a place where there'll be like the the mechanics, so you can then move the hand around. So this back piece will be the brace for that, if I'm looking at that correct, and I think I am. And then yeah, over here is going to be the thumb control, and this is where you're going to insert your finger. So we can do this right now. That should probably get us to the hour mark here. And to do that, we're gonna need board number 3. I've already got these outnumbered. I was trying to keep it nice and organized, and that's just not going to happen. So we're 1, 2, 3. We need board 3, like I said, so we'll put 4 back where it goes. Here's 3. Okay, here we are. So this is board 3. It's got the Wood Trick logo on it. It would be nice if they didn't have that on there, but hey, it is what it is. It's got a little American flag down there too. I didn't notice that till now. So we'll pull that out as easy as possible. Remember, it's a big piece, so it can break fairly easy. And we got that piece out. We'll put 3 back where it goes, because that's all we need from that board. 2 and 3. Oh, we do need another piece from 3, and that's this little piece right here. So let's see. Try and work it out as best as possible, not to break it. And you can kind of see through it. That's cool. That tells you where the notches are to work out with the knife. There we go. And push gently, ever so gently. Yeesh. There we go. That's starting to rock. There we go. That's rocked out. Now we can, I think that's all we need from that board. Yeah, those are the only 2 pieces we need from that board. We'll put that up there. We'll go back to 1, 2, and now we'll go to board number 2. And it looks like all of these these oval pieces, and then these half ovals, that's all we're gonna pull out. So when we pull that out, we're gonna, whatever's in the middle, we're gonna take with us, unfortunately. So gotta remember where that is. There's that middle piece. We'll set that over here. Let's see how easy it is to start with the middle pieces. Set that here. And there. And then we're going to be ever so gentle, because as you can see, it's actually bending the wood, the main board. So there's 1. Ooh, that's not easy. I think this other one will pop out before this one. And at this point, if I break the edges of the board, it won't matter too much, because this board will be pretty much spent. There we go. There we go. And we'll put you back in your spot. There you go. Oh, we will not, because we forgot to get these half ovals out. There's 1. Being as careful as possible. Not easy. 1. 2. 3. And 4. Maybe. Come on out. Come join the party. There we go. All right, I think that's all. Yep, from board 2. So we'll put board 2 back in. We'll catalog it properly. My filing skills. I really don't have any filing skills. So anyway, so now we have that. So basically what we're going to do is, as you can see, we got these toothpicks that we're going to just, it looks like we're going to do full round and then 2 halves like that. And then another full, and then the 2 halves and another full. Simple as that. So let's see if there's any other questions before we do. Looks like we're going. Yeah, we're looking good so far. So all right, so perfect. So we need, how many toothpicks do we need? Each of these have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 8 toothpicks. Yeah, toothpicks everywhere. No. We'll start with these. Let's see how hard these are to... Yeah, we'll definitely need to widen these holes just a touch. This little mechanical screwdriver is doing the job, but it's not the job that it's meant to do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wonderful holes. Ah, ah, ah. 7 and 8. There we go. I have a feeling, well, I'll have to do this for these other 2 boards as well. And then looks like, I think this, okay, so what we have here is this half piece. And as you can see, there's slide holes. So I have a feeling that they're going to slide forward and back like that. So let's put these toothpicks in. Start on the toothpick jaune. And we're going to keep them towards the ends. There we go. There we go. Try not to poke myself. That wasn't fun when I did that earlier. Try not to get slivers. There are many opportunities to get slivers in here, so definitely be careful. 2 more. That was easy. And last one. There we go. Looks good. So there we have that piece. That's how it looks right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these pieces, and it looks like they're going to go right in there like that. And they'll slide in. So as you can see, they'll close up a little bit, and then they'll open up. I have a feeling that's what they're designing. There's probably going to be a rubber band right there. And then same thing on this side. I think these are all the exact same because I did not keep them separate. Yeah, okay. So now we'll put these in here, and these in here. Look at that. So now we'll take the next ring, and we're going to have to push it through, so make sure that these holes will do that. So there's 1, and there's 2, and there's 3, and there's 4. Should I keep going? Okay. And there's 5, and there's 6, and there's 7, and there's 8. All right, perfect. Now You'll put this in like this, like this, like this, like this. This is not easy. But I know, I have a feeling there's the reason why they're doing it is because this is going to get a lot of wear and tear, and they need the, you need to have these pretty strong, because there's no glue on this, and if you're true to the idea, you do not end up gluing this together. I'm trying to slide this. We'll do a rock slide. Rock slide. So, and we'll just set it down. Looks like a little stadium. Oh, that's not in place. Okay, let's push that over. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we're rocking it in place. So these toothpicks that you don't fight them all to slide in. You're just fighting 2 at a time. So I'm going back and forth until they come together like that. There we go. Look at that. So now we take these right here and we'll slide those in like so. There we are. And then we've got the last one, and then we should be able to break off these toothpicks. Yeah. So if they're uneven like this, it's not a big deal. As long as they're pushing all the way through, then you're good. And we're gonna make sure that everything's evened up. And I haven't scored the holes on these, so let's do that. And it does look like some of the wood is breaking up a little bit. This is a layered wood, so basically it's just a bunch of wood that looks like it's glued together or something. A little bit stronger than balsa wood. You definitely wouldn't want to do this with balsa wood. You would have broken stuff left and right. And back when we did balsa wood models, yeah, I would have. We probably would. This definitely wouldn't have been able to do this. There we go. And it's probably a good idea to have these tiered a little bit so you can work on an area and get the toothpicks into the holes, because if I was younger, my eyesight would be better. 1, 2, looks like all of that. Yep, there we go. All of them are in. So now we'll do rocking motion to get these down. You definitely got it. You can't just work on one side and the other. You gotta go through all 4 sides, and then push these through a little bit better. So there's in the middle of the toothpick, so it's got the toothpick meat. I don't know what that means, but there we go. Look at that. So now we have those like that. That's pretty cool. So I believe, can we now break these? Yeah, we can snap these off. You can always snap them like this. There's another way to do it, and that is take the knife and, just work it back 1 or 2 times, and then break it from there, because then it'll break easier, for one thing, and it will most likely break on the line that you just made. And then you can always take a little file and file it down. Any type of file will work, because it's a very soft wood. There's that. And that. Let's do the other side. Squeaking action from the knife. And of course, be very careful when you're using a knife. If you are not of age, you should get some parental guidance. Although these videos are not geared towards kids. These are geared towards man kids or woman kids. Adult kids. How's that? Alright, one didn't make it properly. There we go. So, and there we go. We've got that. Move that to the side. Now we're going to take this small piece, and I don't think it matters. One side's going to have the small piece, where the other side is going to have the wood trick piece. Because, okay, so in this bigger wood trick piece, that's technically this exact same piece right there. So you can see that it's right there. So one side is going to have this, so we'll just put it right here. And I don't think there's a right side up. We'll find out. And I think, yeah. You need to have these as close as possible. There we go. Get this snapping in place. That's not easy. They're not going in. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. When they go in, they go in. There we go. Perfect. There's no gaps, so I will assume that it's totally improper. And then there's going to be rubber bands that go on both sides. So we'll put the wood trick on first. So we'll slide that in there like this. That's going to be a little tougher to get in. And of course the wood trick is going to be out. So you want to have these rings on the outside. So if this was like this, then it's wrong. We want to have it like this. Okay? Cool. Let's rock it back and forth. There we go. Little rocking action. And it's not totally in yet because I can still see gap in there. A little pressure. With this layering, it does make it so you can put a little bit more pressure on this. I don't know how much in the middle is down. It's close, but I can still see gaps. There. And there. And then we'll flip it around. Oh, you can't see what's going on, sorry. And then we'll flip it around and we'll go like that. And it's eventually working itself in. You want it to be that tough to come in, to push in. There. 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 And I think that's good. If I need to adjust it, I will. Now, there's going to be two rubber bands right here. There's going to be a rubber band right here, and there's going to be a rubber band down there. Let us get the rubber bands out. And I think these are just one. Yeah, just one rubber band on the whole thing on each side. Like that. And like that. One wants to slide in already. So ultimately, it's going to look like that. So we just created the hand plate. And I'm not sure what this does, if this will snug in better so it feels better when you start moving the hand around. But as you can see, it'll go like that. And then ultimately, somehow, this, I think maybe, yeah, maybe like this or something like that. That's where the finger will be. And then we'll have a system so you can pull back on the finger. So that's part of this. Let's see if there's anything else. We still got a couple more minutes. Let's see if there's anything else we can put on here. No, I think at that point we can make a couple other pieces, but the mechanics on this will then be past that. So I think this is a good point to stop. There is one more piece I think we can make. So let's make that. And that is, we'll skip to this page, and we're going to need 5 and 2. Actually, we're going to need this piece right here. We pulled that out when we pulled out one of the oval pieces. And then we're going to need from 5, there's these long pieces right here. So let's, and then this has got a center that needs to be popped out, because somehow this is going to be a joint of some sort. And I guess, oh, there's a couple other pieces off of this board that we do need. So we're going to start by popping these long pieces out. Once again, being as careful as possible. There's one. And 2. And then, let's see, we need one of these curly pieces. It's going to pop out pretty easy. It's like a half oval with 2 holes on the ends. It's called 83. Maybe not as easy as I thought. They are definitely not the easiest things to pop out. There we go. I think it's gone through. There we go. And then this oval piece right here, that popped out pretty easy. Almost. It's definitely doing the door thing. And then these 2 pieces right here. There's one. And 2. Yay, we didn't break anything. All right. Well, we did, technically. That's the whole idea, is to break the board a little bit. But all right, so we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 toothpicks. We're going to need to take out this hole right here, down here. This hole right here. And then we're going to put these together. We're going to need 3 more toothpicks to line these up. Oh, I forgot to take these off, but I will do that in a second. And then go from there. So let's do that. Let's take this hole out first. can see that, sorry. Be ultimately careful, although even though the little piece is pointless, I can throw that away. If I break this, then that sucks. So what these pieces are going to do, it looks like they are going to wrap around like this, maybe. That's what I'm getting from that. You're not seeing what I'm doing. Okay. So you have this piece, and then these pieces are going to somehow go on like this. Oh, one of them is going to go like this, maybe, and then one of them is going to go like this. Did I take? Okay, so this piece, this little jointy piece, this little U-shaped piece, is going to go like this, like that, whereas these two pieces will go like that, and it'll create a circle, but that's how that'll come together. So, first of all, we're going to take toothpicks and we're going to put these two pieces together. So let's go ahead and do that. How many toothpicks do we need? We got a couple here. Let's make sure the holes are good. I think the other thing I'm going to do is just go throughout all those boards, and wherever I see place where a toothpick is going to go, I'm probably just going to take this screwdriver and widen the hole. That might be a good first piece. And these circular ones, that's going to be the tough one. Let's do that. And one more over here. I'm not sure what this hole's for, but it doesn't look like a toothpick hole because it's a little bit bigger. And there's one. And there's two. And three. And four. And five. There we go. And then we're going to put that in there and that in there. We'll slide this in a little bit. There we go. And so this is ultimately going to go like this with this this non-circle piece on the inner side. And I got two. So we can flatten those, and then the other side will be the point we cut off. There we go, two. Using the rest of the toothpicks that we've already broke off. There's three. Four. And five. There we go. Not easy to break these off, so I'll try and cut them. Or score them to be broken easier. Three, four, and 5. All right, so we got that piece done. So that's not too bad right there. Now we've got all of these, and there's a lot of little holes. So let's start with this one that's still in the piece there. Make sure that they go through. And of course, they're starting to break. They want to break free. Oh, this one actually is starting to break. Well, that's going to be fun. All right, so that's one. These are going through pretty easy, so that's cool. Ugh. Help! There we go. 2. And 3. There we go. And this is discardable, so I'll set that over there. Now let's make sure that all of these other pieces can take a toothpick fairly easy. Because ultimately, you got to push this all together. And I think for part 2, I'm definitely going to get a scissors and maybe cut some of the ends of the toothpicks so they don't have sharp ends on both sides. Because you don't need sharp ends on both sides. You just need it on one side. And then, of course, I'm going to push the screwdriver through all these little holes so we don't have to sit here and do this as we go. Because right now I did the 3. Yeah, there's 4. There's 3 other things here that I need to do this too. And this was like 5 holes. And I'm only doing this to make sure that you know, toothpicks don't break or the wood doesn't break as you're trying to force lots of toothpicks in and the idea of the toothpicks is to reinforce the structure. So it's kind of a, I don't know, it's like this small piece right here. If this breaks, then I mean, they do have others here, but I'm guessing they're for other parts of this whole thing. And these are, in some cases, pretty small parts that are made of wood. I suppose if you work on some wood, you know, work on the edge of the board, you can make something that'll replace it if you're fairly crafty. There we go. I think that's going to slide through. There we go. Okay. So now, how this works, this is going to be pretty intense here from what I understand. We're going to start with this piece right here. And we're going to put a center toothpick. I think we're going to need a full toothpick here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap off the end of this toothpick. Give it a flat end, and I'm going to put it right in the middle here. I think that'll be the easiest way to do this. And then we're going to take one of the round pieces and we're going to put it right in there. And I think we're going to need another toothpick, but we don't need a big toothpick, so we'll just use a toothpick piece. And we'll push it in there because we're going to take this small U and put it right here. Slide that through. And then on the other side, we're going to do the same thing. But before we do that, we want to put this long piece in there. There we go. This will definitely complicate how we're putting things together. Then the other part of the toothpick. I'm going to go tip end first, because there's a little bit of lining that needs to happen, and that tip is going to help me push it through to the other side, which it did perfectly. Making sure I don't run into any of the other tips. A little bit of pressure. There we go. So we got those two. And so that's that way. So now we're going to take this piece, which is the other. Oh, you're not seeing any of this. Sorry about that. You're not. So this piece right here, which is, we're going to start it in the middle here. Let's knock this down just a touch. Why are you not knocking down a touch? Because it can't go down anymore. That's probably why. Let's zoom it out a little bit. Okay, so as you can see, we've got we've got this joint together. So now we're going to push down this next piece, being very careful not to break any of the toothpicks, and then we're going to guide these ends in. And maybe it would be better if no, it wouldn't be, because I'd have to, I'm just thinking out loud and it's not working, so. But it's not going through this other toothpick, this end toothpick, as easily as I want it to. It's good, starting to go. Should have had pliers or something like a little needle nose. I know I have one around here somewhere. All right, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so now we've got this layered. And then finally, these last three discs will fit like that. And then we're going to take another toothpick, and then we're going to do a little combination lock. Searching. It's easier if we do it that way, I suppose. And for some reason, it's not going through that part. So let's go from the bottom up. Let's see what happens there. Feels like something's not aligning. And I would be right. It's like I'm hitting a piece of wood. And that's probably because this thing turned. That's most likely the case. So let's pull this apart. Let's see if we can turn this. And line this up. I need to take my glasses off to do that. There we go. And now I'll take this toothpick and push it through. You're not seeing what I'm doing, sorry about that, but I needed to see. So now this toothpick is coming through. So now we'll just align with these other toothpick, these other holes. And then hopefully we can do one at a time. That'll make life easier. There we go. There we go, and there we go. So now this toothpick is through, which means we can take another toothpick. Do we have any? Yeah, we have one right here. And I should be able to just push it right through. In this case, I'm going to break this off so I have a flat surface to work with when I push this whole thing down. There we go. Look at that. So that is how that piece goes. And we can now remove the excess from all these toothpicks. I believe maybe these three stay where they are. Yes, these three have to stay where they are, which means I might have to get a longer toothpick for this one. But these can be leveled down, and that's going to be not as easy. So we've got that piece. I'll do that a little bit later. And I think where are we right now? I mean, we could do a couple more things here. So do you guys want to keep going? Let's get one more piece going here. We could actually attach this to this, because ultimately, oh good, that one was easy to pull out. Ultimately, that's going to be going right here. I'm not sure if one of the toothpicks actually goes through here. As far as the way that I see it, that's the way that it goes. Easier said than done, though. Oh, because I have extra toothpick that I need, an excess toothpick I need to take off. Let me do that, and let me do that. There we go. Now, so on the other side, there we go. So basically, these are going to go like that somehow, and yeah, that's going to be like that, and then that will come up through the hand. And I'm not sure what it's going to do. It doesn't stay in place, so there's probably going to be another piece. That might be this piece, this next piece that we're going to put together. Yeah, that's going to go right in that. Interesting. Oh, there's a piece. Okay, so that is on board number 2 and piece number 49. So go to board number. Helps if I keep them in cataloged. There's 1. There's 2. Piece number 49, which is right here. And I'm hoping this is going to be easy to remove because it looks super thin. Yep, there we go. Board 2 back in its spot. So now, oops. That's going to go right on top here. Yeah, it's having a hard time punching through, so let's help it along. There's 2, there's 3. There we go. Look at that. Okay, and yeah, that circle is a little bit bigger, so now we've got, it's pretty much latched in there. So my understanding is, can we now, I don't know if we can break off all 3, because it says that it looks like there's 2 toothpicks here. What looks like we can break off the center one, but it's tough. That's tough to see. Yes. It wants me to break off the center one, but keep these other 2. Now it's concerning me a little bit because this other end is smaller than the other 2 were. But if I have to redo something, I have to redo something. I'll figure that out as we go. All right, so we need board number 2 and board number 5. We'll start with 2. And we need to take off these key pieces. They look like keys. That's why I say key pieces. So the keys to the city. I don't know. There's 1. There's 2. And then these 2 pieces right here, 54 and 55. There we go. And then, oh yeah, another 2E. Another washer. Another washer. Not easy being a washer. There we go. And then this interesting piece right here. There we go. Come on. You can do it. It's almost. There we go. All right. So that is from board number 2. Let me go back to board number 5. And what do we need from there? We need these 4 pieces right here. So, and they got center holes. We got to take out 2. So there's 1. They look like keys without key teeth. Okay, that hole is going to come out. Okay, that's gone. Good, good, good. Get that out of the way. There we go. Key piece 2. And there's 2 small ones down here, so I'm going to grab my little screwdriver. I don't think my thumb will get through there. There's 1. And there's 2. There we go. And we're going to put this all back, catalog this back. There we go. So we have these 2 small pieces. We're going to move that to the side. We're going to start with one of these. And this. And we're going to take that and we're going to put it in like so. Like that. All right. So now one of these pieces is going to cover that like that. So I want to make sure that let's widen the holes. It's easier to do it this way than There's a lot of differences in making a model nowadays versus making a model back in the day. And I kind of noted that when I did, I was doing one of the Lego builds. And it was the X-Wing fighter. And I noticed that it was stickers. And I don't know if you remember this, but we used to have decals that you would have to put into a bowl of water and let it sit, and then take a tweezers and then carefully peel off the ooh, that's a tough one. That's because it's so small. Then carefully peel them off with the tweezers and stick them in. Don't poke myself. There's one. Oof. Let's do the other one. I definitely wish I had some sort of implement to hold this for these, because if this punches through, I could definitely cut myself. So be very careful. We'll do half the hole, and then we'll switch sides. That might be the better thing to do. There we go. That went through a little bit easier. We'll just flip it over. Yeah, there we go. And do this one next. Should have done it while I was still in its home area. There it goes. Yeah, oh, look at that. That's breaking the wood. Yeah, I just took off a small little chunk right there. So gotta be very careful when I put that in. I'm still doing it this way because it's 100 times easier than if you had a toothpick in and you're pushing it and you're pushing it and it's not going, and all of a sudden that toothpick breaks. I think that would be the worst part, because then you have to deconstruct that whole area and then get a new toothpick for it. So I did this. Did I do this already? Let's do it again. Yeah, it's going through pretty easy. There we go. And one more. Actually, 3 more. There's 3 holes plus 2 more holes in the keys. What I call the keys. Oh, it looks like I'm chipping through that too. There we go. That's 2 more holes. There's 1. And 2. And since we got to do it anyway, let's pop out this puppy, make sure it pops out easy. It gets a little messy on this table. I'm going to have to do some cleaning up and vacuuming, and definitely want to be in a wood shopish area. Just got to set that over there. So we took this piece and this piece, and we're supposed to latch it through. So we're going to do that now. Then we're going to take some toothpicks. All this is going to get broken except for 1 toothpick. So I can reuse toothpicks. That's good. So this is going to go. We're going to do that the little U ones because they're going to be the toughest. And that's going to go underneath like this. Push that through. And then get another good part toothpick here, and we'll get that through. There we go. So now that's through like that. And then we're going to take a little U, another U. I'm going to push that on top. And get that out of the way. There. That's pretty solid. Let's try and get through a little bit more. Rock it back and forth till they are flat on one side. I don't know if I can make them flat on one side. So I go to the edge, I could probably do it. There we go. Perfect. And then these can snap off. There we go. Perfect. So now that's latched through. So with that said, let's see. The next one, and we're going to take a full toothpick 4. Come on, there you go. And we're going to put that through here. There we go. And then we're going to take this piece right here, that's that 3 piece, and we're going to put it right above it. We're going to take the little washer piece and it's going to go underneath it. And then the other 3 piece is going to go there. So it's 3 piece, and then the piece we just built, and then the washer, and then the other 3 piece. And yeah, it doesn't show that these other pieces are going to go through there. I'm not sure what this one's going to be for, because we've already, I don't know, I don't see how that fits into the mix here. So, but basically, these 2 key pieces with the notches are going to be aligned together like that. So the notches are here. Don't flip them upside down accidentally. Make sure they're together, and then they're going to go in between here, with one of the toothpicks actually going through the knot. Oh, I see what's going to happen. Okay, so ultimately what's going to happen is, with this piece, it'll lift up, and then you'll be able to slide it out and then latch it down, and like that. So that makes sense. So let's take a couple more toothpicks. And put it through there. Hopefully that'll be, yeah, that's super easy. Awesome. Awesome. I love it when that's super easy. And then, I think I can break this. Yeah, I can break this off. Let's do that. It's going to be one toothpick we cannot break just yet. But, so I can flatten this out, I'm going to do that. I can push this down. There we go. That could be, there we go. So now that's sliding in and out like that. So now we, and technically we don't need to have this in at all. We can just push the toothpick through here. That's what we're going to do. Just like that. Pop that off. Okay, so now, like I said, so what's going to happen is this first one will latch in here, like so, and then come up, and then this can slide out and latch in. I think that's the idea of that whole part right there. Now, from my understanding, is these 2 toothpicks can be leveled out. There we go. And then we have one more toothpick that's going to go in through here, and we'll use this one. I think this will be long enough. And that will not be removed. Because ultimately we'll go to the next page. I think maybe I skipped a page there. Looks like I did. Yep, I skipped a page. And we're going to take 51 and 52 and then this piece. And I think this is what the thumb ends up controlling. So you'll end up putting your thumb in here, and that will move this piece around somehow. So to do that, we need 51 and 52, and those were those pieces we took, from the oval part, these pieces. So let's pop this out. And let's pop this out. There we go. Okay. And that's where these square holes are going to fit, because these are going to fit somehow. Oh, cross. Okay. So what these will do is they will puzzle piece together like that to create 4 like that. And from that, I don't think it matters which side. One's longer than the other, but it's not showing if the shorter end goes in here or the longer end goes in here. But now it's showing that these toothpicks are broken off. So, and it doesn't, I suppose it doesn't matter because it'll fit around those toothpicks, and that could add some support, but we'll take them out. There we go. And then we'll put this puzzle part in like so. You just have to rock back and forth. There we go. And then ultimately this part, let's make sure we're doing it absolutely right. So if it's like this, all right, this will go like that right there. So let's rock that in. There we go. Look at that. And I might just, I think, because I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the book, and I just realigned this, and I have a feeling that it needs to turn at least 90 degrees. So let's see if I can pop this back out. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. All right, perfect. So from what it looks like is I should, that's interesting. So if I turn it 90 degrees, this doesn't explain this part too well. This has to line up, this piece right here has to line up with the side of the, because this is going to the main hand unit. So, and it looks like this needs to go like that. So I'm assuming so you can control the thumb at its best. So that's what we're gonna do. There we go. Hopefully we're not breaking the pieces. It's not fully in yet. There we go. That's better. So now when you put the hand in, let's zoom out a little bit. You put the hand in here, the thumb's going to go here, and it will somehow control right there, like that. And then ultimately, this will come in and go up here, something like this. Maybe, okay. Oh, maybe like this, or that would be more, that looks like more in the middle. So something like this. And then the thumb will be here, and it'll be controlled by this, and then the fingers will be controlled by something, you know, the other components that we still have to put into the whole thing. I'm still willing to continue on if you guys want to. We can get up to the hour. I think I can bring in another part here. But you know, hey, like I said, yeah, check this out. They've got a whole bunch of stuff at Wood Trick, and I'm very excited. I do want to do another one. And of course, if you do want to support Geekazine, you can get the Raglan T-shirt. And of course the hoodies. I'm going to make a couple new T-shirts. So if you have any design ideas, let me know, and I'll definitely come up with that. But then take a picture of yourself with the shirt and send it to me over at Geekazine. Let's put out the socials here really quick. Over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. We're there, and of course over at the socials, over at Twitter and Facebook and all that other good stuff. So, all right, let's see if there's any other questions on the other side. Take a quick drink, and then we'll try and get some more going here. So, yeah, it looks like we're still going. I don't see any questions there. Okay, perfect. All right. So that's out of the way. That's out of the way. We still have to keep this toothpick in, from what I understand. So we're definitely going to do that. But this is feeling a little loose. So I wonder. It would have been nice if there was another loop piece. Maybe there is. Maybe I'll have to double check to see if there was another piece that held this into place a little bit better. But I didn't see one. And we are skipping around a little bit so you can see what's going on. And of course I had this piece, and I'm not sure what that's for. I mean, it could be like a reinforcement to the thumb. But I don't know. We'll leave that on the side. All this stuff can be thrown away. But let's see. All right. So we did that. Next up, let's go to this piece. We're going to need 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. From 3, we're going to need this kind of animated skull piece. It looks like an animated skull, you know, like you'd see in some, I don't know, some kids anime type thing. You're going to need this stoplight looking piece, and those holes are going, looks like they have to be removed too. So there's the stoplight looking piece. And then down on the bottom we have these two very intricate snap-in pieces of some sort. Come on, there you go, there's one. Come out, easy as pie, come on, you can do it, you can do it, there you go, there you go, there you go. And there's one, and there's 2, there we go. And I think that's it from that one. We'll put that back into the catalog. And then on 4, we're going to need these 3 pieces right here. So this is probably going to be easiest to push out, maybe. There we go. Maybe. And these 2 right here, I'll just do that. There we go. There's that. And there's that. There we go. Perfect. And that was 4. Put that back into the catalog. washers, these pieces, and these pieces. Now, like I said, the stoplight, we're gonna have to pop out these circles. Hopefully it won't be that difficult. Easier said than done. And the problem with this is there's no place to hold on to it while you're trying to push through with, you know, a sharp implement. See if we can break in the score. But the good thing is if you push inward in the circle, that'll help, because then these center circles, it doesn't matter. It's the main piece that does matter. So, and I suppose if you get on a workbench, you could probably put a screwdriver in the middle and maybe tap it with a hammer or something like that to push those pieces out, but they are not coming out the way that they should. So I'm trying to break the tabs because that'll help. Getting these out. There. Get out. There you go. Go bye-bye. There. We'll rock back and forth. And then, nope, not ready. Still not ready. Let's get back to that one. Let's do this one. There we go. Let's flip it around. Gotta be as gentle as possible, because now we're dealing with almost nothing here. There it goes. There it goes. Ugh, that was tough. Make sure that they don't mix with the washers that I need. All right, so from what this says, these go like this, and somehow that skull goes on top. So we're gonna pop this first one into place, like so. Like that. And then the scully looking thing is gonna pop like that. So maybe it's easier to have this other one on. Like so. There we go. And now this piece goes in like this. There we go. There we go. Oops. There it is. Okay. There we go. So that is what it looks like, but it's going to be upside down like that. So we go back to this thing. And oh, okay. It's going to go down like this. And somehow around the toothpick like that. But first, there's going to be a washer on the bottom. And make sure that this, okay, perfect. I'm going to put this on top. Somehow that's going to latch in here from the looks of it. Okay, there we go. And then there's going to be a washer on top. There we go, like that. And there we go. That's okay. So now we have a little bit more use on the thumb. And this is keeping that in place. So there has a little bit of leeway to it. So you can move your thumb a little bit better. So if let's go back to here. I put this in here. I got my thumb in here. And this is going to be aligned like this. So I'll be able to move the thumb. And there's probably going to be some sort of resistance up here. So I can move it back and forth. I'm not keeping it in the thumb hole that well. And let's do that one more time. There we go. So you get the idea. That's pretty cool. And this is coming along a little bit better. Now, let's see. Oh, there's a couple other pieces. There was one more piece here, I think. Yeah, where'd that other piece go? I'm missing a piece. Did I take it off? No, I took it off. I remember that. Let's make sure that was on 4. Oh, I took it off, but it stayed in the thing. There we go. So this piece right here. Okay, and then there's a toothpick slot right there. Got it. So this needs to push down a little bit more. Can it push down more? Yes, it can. Come on. There we go. There we go. Now on the bottom side, let's zoom in. On this bottom side, we had this piece that's going to slide right in there to lock this whole thing into place. My toothpick, I believe, can be broken now. Yes. There it is. Broken off. That hurt a little bit. I know, I'm a wimp. Let's get that in. Let's push this in. It's not pushing in too well. Let's see if that's totally up. Let's kind of help pry that in. There we go. There we go. I'm going to push this in. There we go. Look at that. And then I think we can take a toothpick piece toothpick piece. And it'll come from the underside. Hopefully. Yeah, that's going to come through really nice. Take the butt of the screwdriver and push that through more. I don't know if I need to push that through to the holes. Let's check this one. This one might work a little bit better. There we go. That's a tough spot to work from. All right. Break that off. There we go. And then on the underbelly. There. Oh, that popped out. I push that back in. There we go. Break that out. I think it popped out because the way I was using the knife, it was using it like a screwdriver, prying it out a nail or something like that. Just push that in, just touch more. There we go. All right. Now, oh, that is more stable, right there. So that's pretty cool. And then once again, once this comes in, which I'm assuming is right here, then we're going to have the whole hand like that. The thumb's going to come up somewhere around here. And then we'll have a functionality for the whole thing. A few hours, and this is what we had done. We put together one finger on the main palm and then the thumb part. We kind of skipped ahead a little bit to see this whole thing. So the whole idea is this eventually is going to go on something like this, and then you have the hands. So we got one finger, and we've got the palm with the thumb part in there. And so what we're going to do is we are going to continue. My lovely assistant is going to take off the pieces. So hopefully that'll help on this. And of course, we're going to see the instructions as best we can. I was going to make a copy of this to put on a page so you can see, but this booklet is kind of in an odd shape. Now, there's a couple other things that I learned while I was figuring this all out. One thing was that all the instructions that I got were in Russian, which was really odd. And so because of that, I kind of got an idea of what that meant, but what you're supposed to do, and some things I just didn't do the way that they said I should do them. One thing was this right here. It came with this little white thing, which I thought was like a little pad. You know, it looks like a little foam pad, well, double sticky type pad that you'd probably stick together, but it isn't. It is actually a way to smooth down the edges on the pieces, because these pieces, let me show you the board here really quick. The pieces, thank you. The pieces come in this board, and there's 7 boards in all, 6 big boards and 1 small board. So you got to take off all these pieces, and it's going to leave little marks, and you got to watch out for splinters and all that stuff. You can kind of see some of summit splinters that you could get from there. But this was to dull it down on the edges. And yeah, you can do that. There's also this key which I didn't use, which is, let me do this. The key is right here on this first one. So I'm continuing not to use it. Let me zoom in a little bit. I'm continuing not to use the key, but it's going to be right here. So I might pull it out as we go. But as you can see, some of these pieces, they're not easy to pull out somehow. But you seem to have pulled them out pretty well. Smaller fingers. Okay, so that's it. You must have smaller fingers to make this really work. So anyway, so we've got that. She pulled out the next part, which is the next finger, and we're going to get that going. So the big thing, the one thing I remember was taking this thing and going through all these holes just to make sure that it's big enough for the toothpicks to somewhat fit in, but they're not too. It doesn't create a bigger hole into the point that the toothpick will slip right out, because you want them to be snug and you want them to come in without breaking. You end up breaking them, but that's you get the idea there. So that's what we're gonna do first. Just
It's a wax disc. So it coats it in wax.
Oh, it's
just a piece of wax.
Okay.
And when you rub it on the rough parts, it coats it in wax.
Oh, it coats it in wax? Okay. Oh, okay. But eventually that would rub off then, right?
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's anyway. So we got that. We got those. That's gone. So it's gonna be a lot of this. Wish I had some music to play for you. There we go. Do you want to sing? No. Okay.
I wonder if you could just use the wax on the toothpicks.
Put the wax on toothpicks?
So it slip in there easily. You could just do the tips.
That's not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't know if I want to mess with the wax right now. I hope everybody's week has been going well. We had a great week. We went down to the beach, got a big sunburn. Did some music stuff myself. Here we go. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat there about this. It's a fun little project that you really want to do with your kids or whoever. Just have some fun and put it all together like we're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right, I think one more thing here, and that's this piece. Now keep in mind, as I told you before, some of these pieces have weird keys to them. And if I remember correct, this one is, this part's going to hold a rubber band. So by pulling those pieces out, you got to be very, very careful, because if you break them, then they might not fit in there. And I've seen some extras in there, but you definitely want to be careful. Now they will chip a little bit at the edges, and that's okay, because they'll end up fitting in there. So all right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna start by doing these 4 pieces like we did before. So that starts with, let's see, that one right there, and this one right here, making sure that I've got this aligned right. And I'm going to take some toothpicks, and with the toothpicks I'm just going to bring the first one through like so. There we go. And then I'm going to loosely take this piece and bring this on the other side, but I don't want to pull it down all the way. I just want to work it down somewhat because we're going to be putting this all together. And then finally, this one. Nope, I did that backwards, as I normally do. There we go, this one. And then this one. And we're creating layers because we're ultimately making this finger once again. So that looks like I did that right. So I'm going to take this, we need a toothpick down here. Pull some toothpicks out. And toothpick down here is going to go down to these holes right here. And that's going to be followed by this one, this piece right here. So I'll put that in. Looks like Jennifer's getting the next finger ready. Ah. There we go. As you can see, it's not always the easiest to push these toothpicks through. So push this forward a little bit so these can go through. There's that. And then last one is this bottom toothpick, which we will need the circular one. Just like that. Use the table to help us push it through a little bit. There we go. And that looks a lot like what we need, so we can push that all together. And we're not going to break any of the toothpicks because I think I did that last time. I broke them at the wrong time. There's still stuff that needs to go through them. So anyway, but we've got the tip of the finger, and we got 2 more toothpicks that will go through here ultimately, but I think I can actually cut these off and shear them down. I'm just gonna push that through just a touch more and break that off. Break this off. Reuse this toothpick right there. Push that through. There we go. I can level it. I'm using the table to flush it out right there. But then I can take this piece and go like that. And then finally, this last one. So it's basically 1 toothpick for that top part there. It's flush. And then that's not going to break as easily, so I will use a knife. And of course, if parental supervision here is always a key. I'm just going to be very careful in cutting it because it will eventually just pop right off. There we go. There we go. Flush it up by pushing it down. There we go. And there we have the tip of the finger looking pretty good. Just like that. Let's zoom out just a touch so you can see this a little bit better. All right, next up is, now that we got that, we're going to put these bottom pieces in. So we're going to need this one. And actually, from what it looks like I can take and clean up this one right here. So let's do that. Take out that toothpick, because I might be using that. All right, so we have that. We've got this special, this is a special key piece. This locks it into place onto the board, one of the boards, and this helps with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put it into the bottom hole. So we got the this toothpick that we just broke off, we're going to reuse. I think there's going to be enough toothpicks where you don't have to reuse it, but I don't know. I'm just reusing it. And then there's another toothpick that I'm going to need. I'm going to start on the second hole right here. And there we go. And then I need I'm calling these washer, because that's what they are. They're just basically little placeholder washers that you put in there. So as you can see, that flushes with that. So when this piece goes in, which will go up, it will not have any gaps that you have to worry about. So there we go. So we have part of another finger already done. And that didn't break, so let's just kind of take the knife and clean it up a little bit. Maybe a scissors would also help there. Yeah, I'll do that a little bit later. Or a file. If you don't want to use a knife, can definitely use a file. So we'll leave that like that for now. So that's basically the jointed finger of part 2 of that page. So now we're going to go down here and we're going to pull out these pieces. Did you pull those out?
One's for the next finger. I can pull those out in a second.
All right, while she's doing that, I'm trying. There we go. I'm using the leverage of the table edges to actually help me with the bringing down these things. But you could also probably get a file, like a little file of some sort, like a emery board, to file these down a little bit, smooth them out, and yeah. So as we're going on the finger, I think this is the third finger, and the ring finger. And that'll go right there. As you can see, with the second finger, we've got that all set up with, there's a rubber band down there and everything. It's nice and taut. Is that the word taunt? No. Taut. It's taut. I've been taught the word taut. What are those pieces?
Those are for the next finger.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 6. Did you take one already?
You're missing.
Oh, the very bottom.
Yeah. Thank you.
I did not prep the holes.
That's okay. You didn't know that I would need them until just now. All right, so now let me take this back. And so now we're doing this part right here, where we're going to bring the bottom part so it can rest onto the overall board of things. So let's prep some holes. La da 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 da. I can't tell you what this screwdriver is, so you'll probably have to experiment on your own. It doesn't come with the wood trick, so it just was very convenient. This is a Dynamite 00 Phillips. Got that. All right, let's continue on here. So with this toothpick, it needs to push through a little bit more. So we'll push it through by using the table force. Look at that. And these two will probably need some table force as well. Being very careful not to break the toothpick. So as you see, even though I've prepped the holes a little bit better, it's still a little tough to get those toothpicks through, and they're going to break easily. So you want to be as slow and methodical as you can. I don't know as much methodical than anything, but for lack of a better word. All right, so with this, what we're going to do is we need to get the long piece, and the long piece is gonna go above, and I'm gonna use this more as a guide now, because I remember last time that was super tough to see these. So this piece. All right, so we have, I am missing one piece here.
I gave you 6 pieces.
Yeah, I know. No, that's this piece. Okay, I'm seeing, okay. So I'm going to prep with this piece right here. That's this angled piece down. And we're going to put it onto the upper part of the toothpick right there. Seems to be sliding back, so there we go. And then it's going to go down. Oops. Down on these two, if I see that correct. Or maybe down on this one. No. There's a washer that goes on this one. There we go. And then that washer is going to be preceded by this small 2-piece here. We're going to have, let's see how this works. I think I pushed this toothpick too far, so let's back it out a little bit. And then we'll put that on the top, like so. So that, I just put that in right there. And we'll push this toothpick down in there. There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna see the jointedness of it. And then we're going to bring in this piece. So this piece is gonna go right here. So let's see, did I end up breaking up these? Yes, so let's just bring in a new toothpick here. So the end of this toothpick will go into here, right there. Push that down. Ugh. There we go. And then we're going to put it in here. And there's going to be a second toothpick that goes right here on that's in that second hole. Push that down. There we go. And then that's followed by a washer. There it is. Washers make it tough to, it pushes it back. And then that is followed by this piece right here. This is that special piece with the 2 ends on it. This is what's going to push into that main board. So as you can see, it's got the little key looking tabs to it. So those are going to go pretty much with the other two that we already have on the finger here already. And then I'm going to check all my work when it's all done. Because I already have a guide. I do not want to push down that well. Keeping the boards even will help push the toothpick down a little bit easier. So if you have one side that's going easier than the other, then you want to work the harder side first, so you can flush it all together. There we go. And then we have one more piece, and that's this 2E right here, which is gonna go, yep, right between these two pieces right here. There's a lot of toothpicks in this mess. So because, all right, I think that's right. It's starting to not look right, but it is right. I am doing it correct. Yes. There we go. Look at that. Here it is. So this finger is looking a lot like this finger. Do you concur?
I concur.
Look good? Okay. You can tell we watched Catch Me If You Can a couple days ago. Do you concur? That's interesting. This is actually might be a little bit looser than I expect. There we go. All right. So with all that said and done, we should be able to break off those pieces. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm not breaking them as well as I did last time. There we go. That one. That one. That one. And that one. Leaving these two, and the reason why I left these two is I want to push these two toothpicks in a little bit more. Or try to at least. This one looks like it might be bending. There's that. There's that. Yeah, I didn't do a good job in flushing those, but I'll fix that later with a little bit of cutting. So, but here we go. We got our finger going. That's like the other finger. And to finish it off, we need a rubber band. Sure. There you go. Thank you. And finally, let's go and we put this on, oh yeah, in this one. And then all the way up to this right here. Whoops. There we go. All right. There we go. Now our finger, our ring finger now can move awesomely. So let's flip the page, and the page is telling us to put it onto the board. Yay! So let's see. it will ultimately, I think we'll go here, maybe? Nope, up here. Before I snap it on. Wow. Well, that's interesting. I realized something. This wasn't the ring finger that we did. It was the middle finger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because look at that. That's the new one. So I had it backwards because the hand's like this. And this is the new finger. And as you can see, it's coming out a little bit more. So that makes, yeah, that makes sense. So I want to fix these toothpicks really quick. So grab my knife. Yeah, this is a little bit tougher to get to. Now that all this wood is in the way. Gotta be very careful. And just making, there we go. There's that one. Where was the other one? There it is right there. All right, there we go. And I think that was all of them that I needed to fix. Everything else is going to be emery board fixable. So move that out of the way. And now we will snap our middle finger into place. I know that sounds weird, doesn't it? There we go. We got 2 fingers on our hand. And they look a little off for some reason, but they're snapped into place, so I don't know. Yeah, they look a little off, but that's okay. That's okay. So now they're snapped in place. Now what we need from board number 4.
Mm-hmm.
We need these 2 pieces right here.
Okay.
So what we're going to do, it looks like, is we're going to make an extension. So basically from the hand, you have these tendons inside the hand. She can explain this whole thing better. But you have these tendons inside the hand. So I think that's what we're making. So they hold into place a little bit better. So right here is where we are. And these 2 pieces, they're number 69 and 69, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to go in, they're going to snap in, and then they're going to go underneath. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to start up here and go underneath, so it has some stability ultimately in this whole hand series. And we can control fingers. We can walk across the thing. I don't know. So, all right. Well, we're waiting for that. Go ahead. Oh, there's a piece. Sweet. Didn't have to wait that long. She's doing a great job, isn't she? So ultimately, they're going to go like that. I don't see any toothpicks that are going to be put in there. Oh, okay. So first of all, I'm going to push that down. So this key piece right here, we'll zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about. There's this key piece right here. And with this piece, it's going to fit. So it kind of puzzle pieces right in there, as well as slides into that that hole right there. And then there's going to, the other one's going to go right there. So let's go ahead and puzzle that in. So it's also helping to hold down this part of the hand. So that's pretty cool. And the other one, thank you. So no toothpicks required on that. As we put in the next part. Awesome, huh? What is next? All right, we need from board number 4. We need these 2 right here, and then 2 of these. I don't think it'll make a difference which ones.
270 and 280.
two 70s and two 70s and two 80s. All right, so what we're going to do here is now we are, looks like we're doing some sort of joint reinforcement between the ring finger. Actually, you can prep 4 of those, 4 of the 70s and 4 of the 80s, because we're going to do that for the ring finger, and then we're going to do that for the middle finger. So as you can see with this one right here, it's kind of veering off to the side. And what these are going to do is these are going to straighten these out, these pieces that are coming up here. And they're going to need toothpicks. And they're going to attach, are they going to attach on the bottom there? Yeah, it looks like they're supposed to attach here. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. These are not, that's not pushed into place. So anyway, oh, I see. Yeah. So it'll be like two little, like a U or something like that, and it'll come down like that in between my big fingers, like that. And the other key is that there's going this piece right here. It's got 2 top holes, and then the top hole is top of the top holes is going to be sticking out. So we're not going to put a toothpick in there just yet. We're going to put a toothpick into that second one and then the bottom one. I'm going to steal the washers from this. So here we go. We have our pieces. So we need a toothpick. I'll just use one of the toothpicks I've already started to use. I'll push that through. And then the washer. And then a second washer. And then finally, this piece right here. So as you can see, it's making a little brace, and that's going to go down in here. I should have done that a little bit different, so let's do this. Let's flatten this out a little bit. We still can use the same toothpick, but now
I don't know if those are the same washers,
they look like the same size.
but some are marked 80 and some are marked 2.
Oh, I think it's just from the board that you get them from. Let's find out. Take this apart. So this washer and this washer, they look like they line up fine.
Okay.
So it's a good catch though. Just in case. Thank you. All right. So actually what they're saying here is the toothpick really should go through here first. And then you should place this one on. Push it through a little bit. There we go. And then it's going to get a little tight as it ends up going through the other part here. There's washer 1. Washer 2. And then this last piece is going to be super tight. And I'm going to back up because I think ultimately this toothpick is going to go all the way through. So this toothpick is not going to work for me. So back up. Let's get a brand new toothpick. Try this again. Make sure that I am going through the right hole here. Yeah, it's still saying going through this first hole. There we go. The book hasn't changed. My eyesight has. Now washer. Second washer. And then this piece right there. This you can't see good at this point. So I wonder if I should have put this on before I put on the put these onto that board. That would have made more sense, wouldn't it have? I don't know. Now I'm not seeing, I can't see where the toothpick is to guide it into the hole for the next part. Maybe just a little bit of separation. Just being very, very careful I don't break the piece, because if we break the piece, we're done. Breaking a toothpick, that's easy. That's fixable. Breaking a piece on the board might be a little bit more problematic. Huh. Let's channel some inner Adam Sandler. Why won't you get in your hole? Happy Gilmore. There we go. There it is. So now it's part way through. So these pieces will ultimately remember, it's not that first hole right there. Let's zoom in a little bit so you can see. We're going to put a toothpick through that second hole into here, into this piece, and then through that other second hole. And that's going to go all the way through, so I want a fresh toothpick. So there. I feel a little space there. I'm surprised there's not a washer, or maybe it wants it to be a little bit loose in between those. So as we're pushing it through, we want to be, once again, we want to be careful. I'm not sure. Okay. And I thought this was going to go all the way through, but apparently this is not. This toothpick will go all the way through here. This toothpick will break this right here. Let's get this out of the way. Knock that down. And knock that down. There we go. So that's the first one right there. Thank you. Push the second one through. This is getting more fun. Yeah. Might have to do something. We just broke the toothpick. First casualty of war, say. All right, we'll push this one through. Followed by a washer. My dad would always say washer. It's washer, Dad. No, washer. It's Washington.
Your dad's
I don't know. I don't think so.
not a very Wisconsin.
It is not a very Wisconsin thing. I'm not sure why he said wash. go. Oh, wow. Okay, so that flushed that out pretty well. So I don't have to, might have to file that end down. But now those are in there, and of course we can take this with this piece. We'll just reuse this toothpick. And we'll go through here. Maybe I have to do the small one. We'll go through here. Here. You okay?
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting it to go through.
Push it down a little bit. Wow, this is not easy. There we go. Yeah, we'll push it through a little bit more. There we go. So make sure those are together. We got to break off those ends, but there we go. We now have that second piece right there. So take my kniffy, ever so carefully. Break that off. Oh, nope, just this one. There we go. There we go. Look at that. And that side broken. There we go. We'll toss these small itty bitty pieces that we won't use ever again. And there we go. Let's get the knife out of the way. And there we go. So we have this one. That's this tendon. Let's zoom out just a touch. There we go. That's that one. And then this one over here. That's the middle finger. And that's the ring finger. Now, junk. What's next? All right. So from board number 4, I need. Where's board number 4? Oh. I need 3 more washers.
Okay.
I need. Let's see the board, please. Oh yeah, they're numbered. 272s, 171, and then 3 washers.
3 washers total.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's see what we're gonna do here. So, okay, this piece is going to be made to put this all together right there. So those 2 parts are going to come together, and I don't see any gaps in that. What am I missing? That is so weird. I feel like something's not right. This is exactly the way that they wanted me to put it together. I feel like there should be a washers in that part, and right here, and right here. There's nothing but gap. Okay. No, we'll keep going.
Okay.
Thank you. There's the third washer. All right. Now, let's continue on. We have to take apart. We have to take apart. So with that, this is what we're gonna do up here. Yeah, that's for some reason. Let me do something really quick. Hold on a second. All right, so looked at it a little bit more, and I can't see anything that does it. So basically, this is what we're doing. And if you want to prepare those 2 more 72s, 1 more 71, and 3 more 80s, I guess we're gonna do that twice. So we're gonna do this. So we need these. Notice how there's 2 toothpick holes in this one up on top. So that's going to be on the back side like that. And saying it looks like a little guy going, "Where are we going? Where are we going? We're right here. Here we are. Look, hey, follow me." Okay. So they're going to be like that. And there's doesn't look like there's going to be toothpicks in those just yet. So those are for later. But there's going to be a toothpick in the center one. And there's going to be a toothpick on the bottom. And then they're going to be covered by a washer and...
Before you go too far,
Yes?
72 goes on the pointer and the ring finger, and 73 goes for the middle.
Oh. And what do I have? Do I have 72 or 73 in my hand?
You have 72s in your hand.
Okay. Are they a little bit longer?
Yeah, they're a little bit.
Oh, okay. Good to note. Thank you. That's why I have her.
Yeah.
Okay, so ultimately it's going to go like this with the washer on this side. So maybe there's going to be washers in here that's going to clean this all up. So let's take this and we're going to go and we're going to have another tough fit here, cuz now we're going to put this with 2 washers down in here. But here's a problem. Oh, they must not go all the way because there's no pinhole on this part right here. There's a pinhole, so we're gonna pin the hole through this with the 2 big pieces and 2 washers. So we're gonna start with that. So I'm gonna take this toothpick, start it through the hole. That was an easy start. Awesome. And then we're going to take the bottom part of this one. We're going to put that on top. Keep in mind the eyes are looking towards the fingers. Hopefully you can see that. Let's zoom in a little bit. So the eyes, you see the eyes right there? They're looking towards the fingers. With that, we're going to take a washer. Push this down a little bit. Now it's getting a little bit tougher to push on.
I still think the washers are different from the 80 washers.
Really? Okay. Why?
Because the 2 washers have an extra laser cutting around the center hole, which gives it a little bit more give. And the 80 washers are just a single. Look at me.
Got it. I know. I'm hearing you.
You're hearing me?
I'm hearing you. Yes.
So the little circle around there.
So those
the two washers.
the
but not
twos
on
are
the 80s.
twos are thinner than the 80s, or 80s are thinner than the twos.
It's just regarding the middle hole.
Oh,
This is laser cutting around the middle hole in the twos, which should give you more give when you're putting things through there. And these don't have that laser cutting around the middle hole.
oh, okay. All right. Good to note.
I don't know if it'll matter, but if you run into problems, that might be.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so now we're putting. So what we did was we took the long with the eyes pointing towards the finger, and then a washer, and then we're going to take another one with the eyes pointing. I'm going to push this through a little bit more. And the give on this toothpick is a lot easier this time. So probably because of that thing that you just mentioned with the hole. And then this is going to be the toughest one because that last washer has got to fit in there and be able to line up. So let's see. You got to separate this just a touch. There we go. Work this out just a touch. There we go. I'm going to slide that all the way, and I'm going to, there we go. So now we have this, and then these are going to be held together by this guy, and then over on this side. So, and they're their own, so we'll use a pre-used toothpick. Through there. There we go. And then the second hole right there. Oops, broke. Toothpick broke. Push you through. There you go. And then this is going to go through. So we need to give a little give, make a little give for that. And we'll take a new toothpick. Oops, you can't see that, sorry. Zoom down a little bit. There we go. So now we just put this toothpick through here. So now we're putting the other toothpick through here. And my understanding is this has got to be free, so we don't want to go all the way through to the middle finger. Just the ring finger. So we're holding back, so the rubber band, there's a little bit of tension there. And then we're going to take the toothpick and ever so slowly make sure we don't jam anything, including our fingers, because that'll hurt. I'm going to do something. I'm going to take this toothpick and I'm just going to break it in half because I need this to be a little less wobbly as I'm pushing this in. There we go. There it goes. Just a little bit more. There we go. So now we have this, which, let's zoom out a little bit. So now this is now controlling the ring finger a little bit better, because ultimately it will have another piece coming through to go to the hand. So when I pull my finger like this, it'll pull the ring finger all together. So, what?
Not gonna pull your
Nobody's gonna pull my finger. That's not fair. All right. So we're gonna snap this one off. That's too small for anything. We're gonna snap this one off. Throw that away. Pull that back. I'm gonna snap these clean. There we go. All right. So now we have the ring finger on. Let's go ahead and do that. Did I miss a washer? Heh, I think I missed a washer. Yes, I did miss a washer. May I have the screwdriver, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have to do this part again because there's a washer that needs to be put in here. So I'm kind of drilling out the toothpick. There it goes. I'll have to put another toothpick in, a new toothpick in there. I need a pliers, or I can use, yeah, I can use the force. Use the force, Luke. So, yeah, my name is Jeff. You are right. So, what was I pulling out? Where'd it go? There it is. I need tweezers or something. See if I can force this out in other ways. Let's get this screwdriver in here. So it's always good to have a small set of screwdrivers for this task, because it seems to be very needed in some cases. All right, let's see. It's not going to be easy. So don't mess up. Some sound advice: don't mess up. There we go. There it goes. All right. Yay. Thank you. All right. So where were we? Okay. There we are. Okay. So now let's do this right. Zoom in. Zoom in. There we go. So toothpick in these two. And then the washer. That's what I forgot. Such a small piece. They're all small pieces. Washer. And we're going to pull it back so we can see it lined up and try and push it in a little bit better. That's the other problem, is it's trying to work its way back. So there we go. Second time's a charm. So now this is the washer that I forgot, but now we have that in there, and we should be able to break this end. Famous last words, I know. Pull that back and break this end. And now that's a little bit more stable, even though we still have open space down here. It's got to be by design because I haven't found another washer for that. So anyway, that's that. Let's go ahead and do the other one. And then we're going to take a small little break so we can kind of yawn and stretch. All right. So here's another thing to put into consideration. As this was going from this piece to this piece, we did the long piece washer, long piece washer. So we're going to do the same thing over here, except it's going to be long piece washer, flipped around. So we'll start with putting the toothpick in. And then the long piece, of course, with the eyes looking at the fingers. And then, thank you. Bring these over here, and then we have a washer. I think I'm gonna start needing tweezers or something to get in here because this is like super tight now. There we go. Then another long piece with the eyes, once again, looking at the finger. I really think that the toothpick should have passed through through the middle and through these others, so it's just one toothpick. I don't know if that would have helped or not, but I think that would have been nice. There we go. I was looking at the... There we go. And then the washer, before I push this all the way through, that's going to be the tough part. If you line it up and push down, sometimes that works. There we go. I think that's pushed all the way through. You're not seeing what I'm doing here, sorry. So now, as you can see on this side, it's all tightened up here. And as you can see, I might just take this whole toothpick part out and then drill a small hole and then put a full toothpick through there. So I think, you know, as you can see, there's a little bit of leeway. I think this will eventually fall apart on this whole thing. But for now, I'll just leave it as it is. We'll take this. We got we still have 2 fingers left to do here, so that's gonna be a lot of fun putting the other 2 toothpicks in there, so, or the other 2 fingers in there. All right, so yeah, hopefully it'll be easier with it being on the outside. Put that through here. Put this through. And then we'll put it through here. Remember, there's no washer on this part. So, like so. Still gotta push it through a little bit more, so I'll use the table as leverage. Being ever so cautious. And not poking my finger. That's the other part of the cautiousness. There we go. And then, this is going to go down here with the washer. What's the easier way? Send this back? Okay, yeah. Get through there. There you go. That is not the easiest thing in the world. What's the old adage? If it was easy, then everybody would be doing it. There we go. Push it through a little bit more. I want to have some. This is just, it's not easy. There we go. Perfect. So now that's in. So now with the washer. So now we'll break that off. And this one, it's not going to be easy to break off. So let's get out the knife. Ever so easily. And then break that off. There we go. There we go. Look at that. All right. So now we have two fingers, and it can scratch my back. Kind of nice. All right. So now we have the two fingers. We still have two more fingers to put on here, which I believe is what we're going to do next. Yeah, so we're going to do that. We're going to take a small little break here as we go get some hydrated, become hydrated. Let's see if there's any questions here. Doesn't look like we have any questions. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. I'm monitoring all the chats here as we go. And let's go ahead and we're going to take a small break, and we will be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have the middle finger and the ring finger. We're gonna go for the pinky next, as Jennifer told me, and we'll go from there. So we've got, looks pretty good so far, I think. What do you think about it? Mm-hmm. Looks good. Okay. Looking more like a hand. Yeah, definitely looking a lot more like a hand. It's also tougher than I was expecting it to be. This is going to be a big build here, but we're going to try and do it as much in real time for you as possible. So if you're following along, you know exactly step by step what we're doing. And I'm going to try and explain this because, once again, looking at these instructions is not the easiest thing. Let's zoom that out a little bit so you can see them a little bit better. And then up a little bit. But it's all about, in this case, it's all about being repetitive, and we're going to do this 4 times. And we've already, did we already do the no, we didn't do the thumb yet. So technically, we're going to do it 5 times. But now we're going to work on the pinky. So we're going to start once again. Well, if you like it, then you should have put a pinky on it. Interesting. There's lines on the pinky one. There's little lines down here. And they're actually, I think they're not drawn on. Maybe they are drawn on. Yeah, they're drawn on. Okay. But we don't see them on here, which is interesting. But, hey. So, once again, toothpicks. Jam a toothpick in the pinky, but not in your pinky. In this pinky, not this pinky. Just to clarify. And I'll push that through. There we go. And then we'll push a second one through. And then we'll push a third one through. There we go, the 3. And from there, we need this one. And this will go on all 3 of these, just like so. And then we're gonna put another 2 toothpicks in. First one. Second one, that was an easy one. So, and then down here, we have, where'd the washer go?
I don't know, she's with it.
Do a washer. And then we're gonna do this piece right here. And this piece goes like that. Keep in mind that the finger's like this. So we got that, and then we're going to put in well, this is interesting. Is it 4 pieces? Yeah, it is. Okay. We'll put in this piece. There we go. And then last but least is this piece. This is a tough one, so we rock it back and forth. Having enough pressure, but not too much pressure to break those toothpicks. All right, so there's the top of the pinky. And there's an exclamation point there. I'm not sure why they have the exclamation point there, but yeah, hey. And we can break off this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and then of course there are other sides. But this one stays intact right now. All right, there we go. And then on this side, we have this piece. So we're going to need a toothpick. Going through here. Not as easy to go through there. There we go. Push it. Push it real good. There we go. And then we're going to need another toothpick. That will push that through here. I broke the toothpick! No! Do you like that? Actually, I did break the toothpick to the point I got to back the toothpick out and get a new toothpick. There we go. All right. So we're going to take another washer and put it through here. And push the toothpick back out. Let's put it back in. And then on this side, we want to make sure that we're doing this right. So let's hold it like this, like the instructions show, and then put this in like this. There we go. That was pretty simple. And then we're going to close it with this double cap right here. We'll put a cap in it. Oof, that's a tough one. There we go. There we go. So now our pinky is right there. So we got the two toothpicks in, and all three of them that we need to keep out. As now we need piece numbers 37, 36. This one right here, yeah.
Well, let me know if you need more washers. You took the washers today.
I think I need one more washer. Unless one of the washers fell on the floor. But I'm pretty sure that those boards have extra washers on them. So, thank you. Why don't you pop me a washer cup? I don't know. So anyway, so we get that. So now what we got to do is we need take this slow so we can do this right. So we got the angled piece. Remember that angled piece? And that's going to go up here. Push the toothpick out. There we go. And then let's see, yeah, you go on the top one right there. So as you can see, like that pushes in, and then we have a washer right here on the lower toothpick, or there, and then did I do that right? I did that wrong. I did that wrong. What did I do wrong? No, that's right. Okay. That's right. That's right. That's right. So now something's not right. What didn't I do right? No, that's right. So this goes like this. There somehow did do that wrong. I did that wrong. That was me. That was all me. Take apart this. Take this out a little bit. Now, this goes down here, right? No. This goes down here. There we go. So that's what I did wrong right there. So this one went to the second toothpick, not that first one. And that pushes in like so. And then there's a washer that goes down here. There we go. And I'm still not putting this in the right spot, am I? No, I am. Okay, so I need another toothpick here. First of all, we'll finish this one with this cap right here. Let's make sure that I'm doing it right. Yes. Yes, okay. So now I need another toothpick, and we can use this one. I'm going to put that up here for this piece. Slide it through. There we go. And then another washer. Another toothpick. And I think I can take, yeah, I can break these off. So I'm gonna break those off for now. Push this through a little bit better. And then I take this two piece and everything just fell apart. Nice. Which is why we have this two piece, to keep those two parts together. There we go. Push it through a little bit more. And once again, I'm using the edge of the table, so you might not be seeing what's going on here. There we go. I need a cameraman. Ultimately, I should be able to break the, yeah, I can break this part off. So let's break this off. So I can push on these two. Through a little bit. There we go. There we go. Look at that. So now should be able to take off all the excess toothpick. These ones will be tough. And that one's not easy. There we go. That one didn't want to give. Like, no, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. So now there's our pinky. So now we can take the other rubber band. Rubber biscuit. In there. And around the top. You're not seeing this. Let's do this. Bring this closer. There we go. So now our pinky has flexibility to it. We'll zoom out a little bit. Look at that. And all right. Now we put the pinky onto the hand. Trying to bring the pinky onto the hand. That's not popping in as easy as the others did. Let's work it back out a little bit. Let's work on this side. There we go. Look at that. Does not want to work its way in that well. Get in there. Get in my belly, yes. There we go. There, it snapped. It snapped! There we go. We got the pinky now. Look at that. I got 3 fingers, 3 fingers, 3. 1, 2, 3. I have no idea what that was. Anyway, so yeah, we got that. It doesn't look like we're going to be making any type of pulley system like this one was. And now I'm looking at it. I'm taking a step back, and I realized they made another mistake.
On the pinky?
No, in the two little guys that are looking at the fingers. I put them in the second hole here, and needs to go in the third hole. Whoopsie! Anyway. All right, so with that said and done, let's fix that really quick. First one's easy because I still have the toothpick. I didn't fix the toothpick. Oh, wow. And now there's a middle hole, so I can use a full toothpick. So, you know, that's the one thing is this will sometimes turn you around. I've even done, you know, Lego builds where the same thing happens. It just turns you around because you're trying to do something and it's, I don't know, it's the instructions sometimes are tough to read because it'd be nice if there's in multiple point of views like a 360 3D type look. And yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to get this other one out though. Maybe like that. Find a way to walk it through. There we go. Something just hit the window. Did you hear that?
I did.
Do not break, do not break, do not break, do not break. Toothpick can break, I don't care about that. Let's get my knife in here. Once again, children, parent. There we go. Take that out, move that away, put that to the side. There we go. Now, and push that toothpick through. There we go. Look at that. Now, let's do this the wrong way. Because the right way is so right. Washer. Long guy. Easy push, small pushes. Come on. Come on. Washer. And this guy. Now I won't be able to see a thing. It ain't got that swing. Oh, it pushed right through. Perfect. Oh, sweet. I went a little bit too far. I gotta push it back just a touch. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Now that looks more like this right here. And they're a little bit farther back. So they can really, they can touch themselves, I guess. And break out the end. Sorry about that little detour. Happy little accident. Exactly. Now pop that off. Now pop that off. Okay. So now we got the hand and the pinky. So pinky's on here. You want to see it? Okay. There it is right there. So this is what I just fixed because I had them in these holes and they were supposed to go in these holes. Let's make absolutely sure. Yes. So now I need 2 long pieces from board number 4.
Did you turn yourself back on?
Yeah, sound's back on. Yes. Thank you. So these 2 long pieces right there. Yes. So now what we're going to do is it looks like we're going to put on these pieces, which will go on right here and right here and right here to match this long piece. And I'm thinking that we're going to start seeing the connection of, I'm going to zoom out this thing a little bit like that. So we're going to start connecting this board so these 2 pieces come together so we have the full hand. Pretty sure if I turn the page, when I turn the page, we're gonna do that same thing with the pinky. So the 70s and 80s, and then 74, 71, 80, 74. So long pieces. Did you get that?
Those are the 2 long.
Yeah, I know. But then
you need 171, 270s,
No.
274s.
I need 2 70s and 2 80s right now.
Okay, so here are your 2 70s and there are your 2 80s.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Which is going to be followed by 74, 71, 80, and 74. So 2 74s, a 71, and 3 80s. Thank you. All right, so this needs to go in these holes right here. Oop. Let's do this one since that's easier. Rocked right in. Awesome. And then there's a set of holes over here. Yes. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. So now we got the claw. The claw. So we just put in these pieces right here. So ultimately, when the back plate, we put the back plate on, which it's not telling us to do yet. It's going to go like this somehow, and probably just like that. Line those holes up. So that's one whole piece, but it's not telling us to do that yet. So we're not skipping ahead like we did last time. Next up is we're doing the joint, just like we did with these two. Remember, I messed these two up and yeah, had to redo it, but not this time, he says laughingly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, back here, and it's going to be like this. Once again, zoom in. So we got the two holes in the single hole down here. And then we're going to leave the top hole for this piece right here. And then two washers in between. In betwixt, as they say, in betwixt. And that hole that I put these on, we're going to use to put this toothpick through all the way. All the way, just like that. So we're going to start with this one. Push that through. Zoom in so you can see what I'm doing. Washer. Right there. I'm not pushing. Try not to push on the toothpicks on an angle because that will break them. You don't want to push straight down if you're using a surface like I'm using with the table. And then put in another washer. And then the final piece. The pistol resistance. Not really, but. Ooh, that pushed right through. Awesome. Ooh, close the knife. Always close your cutlery. Get that out of the way. All right, that's pushed through. So as you can see right here, ooh, we're a little bit behind. Interesting. Let me hit the refresh button here really quick. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so this is what we just put in. As you can see, the toothpick's still here, so we'll just pop that off. And we've got the two pieces right here that are just dangling participles. Did I use that right? No, I didn't. And I know it. All right, so now we have the two pieces that look towards the finger, and then the three washers. And it's interesting. I wonder if no. Okay, so as you can see here, there's a hole here and here. So but not here. So we'll be able to put a toothpick through there fairly easy, in theory. And just need one to go all the way. There we go. Start it out. Easier said than done. Put it through, push it down a little bit. There we go. Put that through, and then there's one washer. Too far, gotta back it up just a touch. One washer. And then the other one with of course, the eyes looking at the finger. And then before I push that in, I'm going to put the other washer in. I'm going to push it down as easy as possible. Oh, went right through. Awesome. 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 There we go. So now that will go. Well, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. I did forget to put one toothpick in on these two pieces down here. Zoom out a little bit. So these two pieces, I forgot to put that toothpick in. It's not a big deal. I can do that now. But what's interesting is it's not lining up as great as it should. This is the first time I've actually had these holes not totally line up properly, which is interesting. So, and I think that's because of the angle. Because as you can see, these fingers are not straight out; they're kind of angled out a little bit. So that made this just a little bit tougher to put that toothpick in, but it went through just fine. So now I'm going to take this piece right here and put it, connect these guys with these guys right here. So toothpick, and of course I am going through that second hole. I'm not going through the eyes, or what I'm calling the eyes, because it was easy to call the eyes. Gonna make it so sad when I have to put a toothpick through those eyes. Okay, there we go. And there's no washer in there, so we're gonna go straight through. Don't worry, I just broke the toothpick. I did not break anything else. And I did it right in time. It's perfectly set. So now this is here, perfect. And then I'm gonna run through here with a washer. So I need another toothpick. This is definitely getting tough. And then the washer before it gets too tough to push through. Set in. I'm gonna use a screwdriver to help me. And I'm being very careful because if I'm using any other device, that can make it tougher to keep your stability, and you could do something, slip, and then break one of these pieces, and you don't want to break a piece. I think we've kind of said that before, right? Don't break. You can break the toothpicks. That's easy. That's easy to fix. Those are easy fixes. Breaking anything else makes it a lot tougher. And speaking of which, I think I could pop off that toothpick, and I'm going to do that so I can push this down a little bit more. There we go. I'm gonna make sure that goes all through. And I broke the toothpick. That's okay. I think that's good. There we go. So now we have the pinky, we have the ring finger, and we have the middle finger. There's only one thing left. It's time to index this thing. Did you like that joke? You weren't even listening.
No, I get it now.
Oh.
I bet you were gonna go more for Pointer Sisters.
Pointer Sisters.
It's a pointer.
Oh, it's a pointer. Oh, nice. Well done. I'm gonna grab some agua. Mulgiseo. That's my Korean. Mulgiseo. Water, please. Now you know. All right. Index finger. Last but least, we're gonna do the same thing. This gets tough on your hands. I'm telling you something. It's not easy being cheesy. Someone disagrees. She knows. She knows it's right. I'm going to push this all the way through because I can. Actually, these three, I should be able to push all the way through, and I'm using partial pre-used toothpicks. There we go, 2. And 3. There we go. And if I remember correct, this one will get broken and only needs to go through 3, so we'll use that one. There we go. So now we need the 3-piece right there. That's nice. And then we need the long one again, but in this case, we're going to, before we do, we're going to take this piece. I'm going to point the finger, the flat side, out so I can put this piece on, just like that. There we go. And then the washer is going to go down here, but I'm not going to put on that one just yet. I'm going to take the long one with, now this one is the 3 and 2 because there's a 3 and 1. We're going to leave that like that for now. No, we can, I think we can push it all the way through. Let's push it all the way through. Let's make it happen. There we go. And then finally, we got this last piece, which we won't push all the way down. We'll just get it started. In here. There we go. Got it started. Now, actually, no. Let's push it all the way down. Like my indecision. I know you love my indecision. Now, a full toothpick. Let's start in here. Put a washer through. Interesting. I think the index finger one is the smallest of the top parts of the finger. That makes sense. You think the pinky was smaller? Let's find out. Okay, you're right. Pinky is smaller. This is about the size of the ring finger. All right. So we have that. What we need to do is bring these two and a washer. Oh. And 2 toothpicks, fresh toothpicks, because we need to keep these ready to go. Holy Moses. There it goes. And 2. I broke the toothpick.
Maybe a couple spare.
No, just okay, thank you. Just the one, or the two in this case. So, not a big deal. Thank you. There we go. Easier. So, and then that goes in through the first one, and then we got a washer that goes in the second one. And then that's followed by our little rubber band clippy thing. Come on. There you go. There we go. We can break off. Bring this up a little bit. I can break off this. Got this. Got this. I think this needs to push together a little bit more. There we go. Love taps. We'll leave that for, I'll do that a little bit later. And that's pushed together nicely. So now we're going to take, you got it all prepared.
I have it all separated into chunks.
Good job.
Except if you need a long one, I don't know what.
That's okay. Yeah, I know, I get that. You can only go so far without the book. All right. Let's see if I can remember how this goes. So this, once again, we've got the little angled piece that goes up here. You think it would become like memory, but it's not easy. So this goes up, and then that goes through the bottom here, this one, right? There we go. Yep, that's that. And then we have this piece that's going to go through here. So we need another toothpick. Start that out and do it the right way. Just because of the little rubber band parts down there. Come on. Push through. There you go. And then that goes through here. No washer. And then another toothpick right here. Huh. There we go. There it goes. There you are. That. Washer right here. And a washer down here. There we go. We can push this together now. And then that's followed up by this piece goes down here. These are the locking pieces. Remember, they lock onto the wood there. And then the 2E piece goes up top. What's that? Look at that. There we go. So now all the toothpick pieces can be broken off. There we go. That, and that, and that. And that. There we go. So now we have our index finger. We need one more rubber band. Put it down in the hook. And then up in here. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. Oop, that slipped out. Interesting. Okay, that's back in. And now we have our index finger, which, let's zoom out a little bit. I believe the next step will be to put it onto the hand. Yes, the next step is to put it on the hand and do the exact same thing with the other three. And that is right here and right here. That nice thing going. There we go. We got 4 fingers. Look at this. I got 4 fingers. 1, 2, 3. I can do 3. 4th one's a little bit tougher because we haven't finished that out yet. But 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 wonderful fingers. Ah, ah, ah. Anyway. All right. So, with that said, we are going to do the same thing that we did with these 3 right here. So that, then of course, that's making these pulleys right here. Before we do, I'm going to take a quick picture of this. Let's move this out of the way. All right, took a few pictures there. See if there's any questions as we're going here. No questions or comments. Feel free to ask as we go. Yeah. All right, next up, we're going to be doing, I know it's a lot of repetitiveness, but the reality is, this is what you're going to be doing if you decide to do this project, is all this. So, and total, right now, we're about 5 hours into this project. So don't expect this to be a quick project, because it's part about popping off these pieces from the board. And looks like we got board number 1 completely popped off. So there's no, except for the key, which I didn't use. Everything else is done. So this board is done. Awesome. So with that said, it's not going to be an easy, quick job, but it's a lot of, I'm doing it by myself, and it's fun. And Jennifer's helped me a little bit, and that's great. And that's, if we did it without being in front of the camera, it'd probably be a lot more fun because we can interact a little bit differently. But yeah, so everything here is it's just amazing. So let's continue on here. And now we're going to do the same thing with the index finger. This is the last time we have to do this. And that is slide this through. So there's the holes right there, right there. They're offset from the middle finger and the ring finger, so that's cool. we'll take a new toothpick off of here. So we'll bring this into the hole. We'll bring this up, this the 3-piece, the 2 holes on the top, and slide that through. There's going to be 2 washers. This is not going to be easy, so let me take this. I'm not too concerned about widening these holes a little bit, simply because of the fact that it's going through so many layers that it sometimes helps. It'll stay together pretty much. There's only one area that I'm a little concerned won't stay together. But as I'm putting this all together, there's the washer. Sorry, I kind of need to see what's going on here, so you're not seeing it very well. And there's the other washer. Might have to back that out just a touch. Yeah, I definitely need to back that out just a little bit. Get the other washer in here. And then the last piece. And I think that went through. Awesome. And then through, and push it as through as possible. So there we go. So now we have this part through here and with the toothpick. So now we're going to do the 2 guys with the eyes, remember? And that's right here. There we go. So remember, the eyes look towards the fingers, and we have 3 washers here. So we're going to start with them. And as you can see, there's toothpick holes for that. We'll grab a new toothpick. We will push it through the hole, and then we'll push that through. So it is long washer, long washer. And that one doesn't want to push through too well. So let's back it out. There we go. Let's widen that hole just a smidge. There we go. So long washer, long washer. Get it lined up properly. Push a little bit. Push a little bit more. Make sure it's lined up and push it through. There we go. So now we got this, and of course the eyes looking towards the fingers. Sorry. Let's bring this up just a smidge. There we go. Eyes looking towards the fingers. And now we're going to put these pieces together so I can do the same thing as the middle finger here. So, and the ring finger and the other finger. So, all right. And this one I can use a smaller pre-used toothpick. So we'll go through here. Maybe I'll use one with a tip. Those 2, and whoops. Push that through. I should be able to break that off. All right. Should be able to break this one off too. Ow. Did you get it out?
Yeah.
She got a splinter. Sadness. Try not to get splinters. That's my PSA for the day. Try not to get splinters. I broke the toothpick. Yeah, it was pretty solid in there, so I'm not too worried about it. So that's good. All right, and now we're gonna put one more in here with a washer. And that goes in the top, yeah.
Wow.
What?
It looks like a real hand.
It does look like a real hand. Let's see. I think, yeah, it looks like this is going to be a tough lineup because once again, since this finger is angled a little bit, you'll have to work it through here. So, not a big deal, but you know, something to think about when you're pushing this through. So we'll get this through. We'll put the wash, and I think I'll put the washer on the outside rather than the inside. Let's see if that's what they concur with. Oh wait, I don't put the washer on that one, do I? No, I do not. Okay, so it does have that wiggle room. So put this in like this, and then we'll have to work this a little bit. And then work that. And I could be a little bit creative and actually wet this piece of wood right here and then kind of bend it a little bit, but I don't know if that's gonna... If it was meant to do it that way, I suppose they would have already done it, but I don't know. See, I'm gonna be as very cautious as possible because there is that space in between. There we go. All right, that's perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, finally. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the toothpick in. So there, the washer, and then out. I'm just gonna use a new toothpick for this one. So there. Wow, that's even a tight fit without for the washer without the toothpick. There we go. Careful, so yeah, it's already sliding out. Too many working pieces. And I can't even extend the finger back to try and get to that part there. There's just too many. There's too many fingers in the way. So this is simply just being very, very cautious with it. I'm gonna break off the end of the toothpick so I have a flatter surface to push on. Oh. I can't extend that back because I have this toothpick in the way. Let's break that off. And I can't break that other one off, so I'm gonna have to take the knife and do some surgery inside without trying to break anything else. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. Happy little trees. Now, okay, there we go. Now I can get to that one just by bringing back the middle finger a little bit. Push that down, trying to get that in lined up. Seems to be the toughest one to line up. There we go. I can feel it slipping through. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Push it down just a little bit more. I think that's all it'll go. So we'll leave it at that. Break that off. It will not retract. The middle finger is stuck, so we have to take off the tip of the toothpick. Not a big deal. There we go. What? I'm doing surgery. There. And now I got 4 fingers. Yay. There we go. We've got the top part of the hand done. Those fingers, and we still have one more of these to do. Even though we've completely maxed out this board, I know that there's a thumb sitting around somewhere, which I'm assuming is going to be very similar to the fingers here. So, but we got the fingers done, and as you can see, they're moving pretty well. Make sure that, yeah, there's a one toothpick that I still have to take out. I'll do that really quick. Being ever so cautious. There we go. Now all of them will retract properly. There we go. Perfect. All right. So that is done. Where are we on this? Oh, we're on the 2-hour mark. And let's see. Yes, so the next step is the thumb. So I'm going to take a small little break and kind of clear my head. We will be right back with part 3 with the thumb. But Jennifer is now putting the thumb, getting all the parts for the thumb, which I'm not sure exactly where the thumb is going to end up. I would guess it's got to end up on this board somehow. There are still some holes left over right here, so I'm guessing that's where the thumb goes. But we'll see what happens. But this was a lot of fun. There was a lot of mechanics involved in this. Let's take a look at these mechanics. So you have these levers. It's just amazing how these levers just are put together, built together so they can freely float the fingers. This being the index, so the index, the middle, the ring finger, and the pinky. And then, of course, I'll be able to do all 4 together. And if you put them like this, they look like the which robots are those in the Attack of the Clone Wars? So the little Star Wars thing. Anyway, this could be Luke's hand too. I don't know. So anyway, but so this is what we just got done finishing up. We're going to do the thumb next, and yeah, go from there. So, how are you doing?
That should do it for the thumb.
Okay, let's give it a thumbs up. No? Okay.
Sorry.
You're focused now. You want this to be done, so you want to focus. All right, here we go. So, this is the thumb down here. This is what we're going to put together. So this is going to be a little bit different than the fingers. So I want to make absolutely sure it's showing that we're going to need, well, we've got 8 toothpicks, and it's going to go in certain holes. There's going to be 2 holes that are going to be open at the end. I see we got a key piece right there. That is this piece right here. And with that key piece, that will go into that'll go in somewhere. I'm not sure where it will go just yet. So let's start at the beginning because it's a very good place to start. So we need 3 of the thumb pieces. It's 1, 2, and 3. The third one is actually not a full piece, as you can see right there, like that. So that's going to go in the middle of these 3. So we need 3 toothpicks with that, because there's going to be a long piece where it's a long piece with single hole on top and a double hole on bottom, and that's going to go in between there. So this thumb is going to articulate right at that point. So that's what it's going to look like when we put it together. So let's go ahead and do that. So first toothpick for the thumb. Easier said than thumb. I'll give that one the thumbs up. A thumb? I don't know if they can hear you or not in the microphone. Jennifer's singing some Queen. Can anybody thumb me? Somebody to thumb. What? No, that's not. That's weird. What did... Okay, that one's not coming through properly, so let's... Wow, that is stuck. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna put, or we'll put toothpicks in all of them, because ultimately that's where we go. There we go. And then we take that shorter piece, and that's gonna go on these three. Rock it back and forth to bring it down. There we go. And this long piece is going to go down here on this bottom one. There we go. And it fits perfect. It's nice. You know, like I said, there's only been like one time where it just, the toothpicks didn't fit right. And one where it was too loose, and one where it just it took a lot of finagling to get that in. So, but other than that, the machining of these boards has been really well done. So, good job. So there we go. We got the top part of the thumb done. So now we got to bring in the bottom part. To do that, we're going to start with this piece right here. It's got like a little indentation in here, and that's going to go like that, is what I am seeing. So it's going to go through the second hole on this board. Yep, second hole on that board. Push that through, and that's going to go into the, hopefully, I think, no, nope, that's turn around. Okay, there we go. Phew. So that's going to go into here. Push, there we go. Nice. And so underneath, we're going to have a toothpick with a washer on it. There we go. And then that's going to go through the second hole on this piece right here. There we go. And then let's see. There's going to be a toothpick in this one right here. All right. Then we've got another toothpick with a washer first. Broke it. There we go. And we're going to set that to this. It's going to set into this piece. This is one of the key pieces. This is what will attach to the board. So slide that through here. There we go. And that's not gonna attach to this piece right here, but this other side is gonna attach down here, like so. Come on. There we go. Push it through just a touch more. There we go. So now that key piece, now we have this, we got a washer and a two-piece. And I think the washer, this other washer is going back here, maybe? So this piece is going here and okay. This piece is going here and here. Right there and right there. That's the way I see it. Let's make sure. So that's that to that. Okay. Yep, that's right. And then there's a washer that goes down here. So it ends up looking like that. I don't know what I can cut off, so I'm not going to cut off any of the toothpicks just yet. So there we go. That's the way I'm seeing from right here. That's the way I'm seeing this all put together. So let's flip the page. Now, I need 43, 44, 42. Here you go.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So now, apparently this is one side of the thumb, and it looks like we're going to create the other side of the thumb with the other half of this key to put into the hand ultimately. So we need, let's see, let's set this down. 44 and 43, which is a small two-piece. It looks like it's gonna go on this side of the thumb. Yeah, so this two-piece is gonna go in first. If I see this correct. If I don't, we have to start over. There we go. And then that's followed by this piece right here, which is only going to go on this one. And then it's going to go in that, there's the hole we didn't put toothpick in. That's where this other one's going to go. So we can slide this. Let's slide this down. We'll put that toothpick in last. I think that'll make life easier. And then there's a washer that goes into this one. Like that. And then that's going to be followed by this piece right here, which has 3 holes on top and 1 on bottom, which is going to fill all 4 of those toothpicks on top. So that's the top part of the thumb when it's all said and done. There we go. And these toothpicks, it doesn't make it easy to put these all together. And I think I'm going to hold off. I can push this down later. So I'll push this down later as we go. But yeah. And then I'll, once I knock off some of these toothpicks, that'll make it easier to push this down. All right, so we got the top part of the thumb. We need the other key, which ultimately I believe is going to go, it looks like it's going right here into these 2. Yep. Push that down and put that right there. There we go. Push that down. Okay, so now these 2 keyed pieces, which ultimately will be going right here in the thumb, and from what I'm understanding, it's going to go like that into the thumb. So let's finish that up so we can get that going. So we have this piece, which is going to go. That's a 2 piece right there, and it's going to go on 2. There's 3 toothpicks down here. It's going to go on the. It's going to skip 1, and 1 onto the key piece, and 1 onto right above the washer, right above a washer, like that, because there's going to be a washer that goes into that other toothpick that we just skipped, like so. Cool. And then let's see, got that. Okay, there's one more piece, and there's 2 more. There's more washers. It's like we have 2 washers. One that's going to go here, and one that's going to go here, and I think there's going to be another washer that goes in here. So I think that's a doubled up washer. Set that to the side. Yeah, that looks like a doubled up washer right there. There we go. And then there's going to be one that goes right there, and then ultimately this piece is going to go. It's got a notch in it, so that notch needs to be like right. All right, I think that is that going to skip this one? Yes. I think I need to break off. Yeah, I think I need to break off this one right here. This actually, this part of the instructions, it doesn't, I'm a little confused as to how it's supposed to go, but I think I'm about 90% sure I'm doing this right. I'm even to 95% sure I'm doing this right. All right, we don't need, I don't think we need toothpicks on the tips on the other side, so yeah, let's go ahead and knock these down, make this easier. We're putting it all together. And we're going to grab one more toothpick, and this time this toothpick is going to go through this hole down here. Oops. Through that hole. Push that through a little bit. Come on. You can do it. There you go. And then a washer right there. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There we go. And then I think I can break this one off. There we go. I have to file it down a little bit more, but I can now take this piece and push it down. There we go. And then take the thumb piece and start pushing it down. Let's see if we can. Sometimes you just got to work it back and forth, 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 back and forth. I'm going to knock out some of the toothpick. Now, that is going to be there. Perfect. A lot of layers. Break those off. There we go. And then I can push this down, finish pushing this down. And from everything that I've seen, that is what the thumb looks like. Yeah. That's what it looks like. So right there, we can finish, we can now take off these other parts of the toothpick. Cut this one off. Being ever so careful, as always. There's one. And then one more, which is in an odd spot. Sometimes you just need a little bit to be able to get the integrity. Now, whew, that was tough. Now we're going to put this on the hand, and the thing about this is it's going to go on the opposite. You know, sometimes you think, okay, it's going to go like this, but really, it's going like this onto the plate. So let's see if we can. Yeah, we can definitely turn this a little bit, so it exposes those key pieces that we're going to end up putting into the board. And it's not lining in the board. So what did I do wrong? Looks like I placed washers in the wrong place. I see what I did wrong. This key piece right here needs to come out one. So hopefully that'll be an easy fix. So let's just back up this one. we go. And then I think I'm going to reverse these so this key is on the outer end rather than the inner. So this piece needs to come out, the washer needs to come out, and the key needs to come out. Or locking piece, I guess you could call it. There we go. So now these need to come in. There we go. And then there's a washer that goes down here. There we go. And then the second key. Piece. Let's push, toothpick's pushing out on the other end. Let's push it down that way. There we go. Think. Almost. And then finally, we're going to put this piece back on. Here, there we go. Haha. Ho ho, hee hee, to the funny farm. There. Now, I think that's it. So now let's go back here. They line up. Yay. Can I get a yay? No?
Yay!
Okay. And they pop right in. There we go. So now we have the thumb. Yay, we have a thumb. And is the thumb backwards? I don't think so.
Which way are the fingers then?
What?
Which way do the fingers then? Because your thumb comes in.
Well, no, it's more about the curve. See how the curve here and it's flat up here, but in this case it's flat on the outside and curved on the inside. Okay. So there we go. We got the thumb in. It looks odd because these are curved inward, but the thumb's curved outward. But
It's
of course,
opposable.
it's a posable thumb. Okay. It just looks odd. So I had to talk it through before I continue because this is the best point to take things apart and redo it if I messed it up, because I mess things up. Yeah, I do. So all right, so here's our hand. That's pretty cool. I don't know. So what do you think? What do you think?
I don't know. Did you bang the rest out or did you miss it?
We're banging the rest out. I do have a washer here. I did miss a washer. Where did I miss a washer? Doesn't look like I missed a washer.
That could have been the one you were missing before.
That's true. I moved stuff around. Yeah, okay. Good point. All right, next up. I need 77 and 75. Off of board 4.
I have 75.
77's right there. And thing about 77 and 75, there's also a 95. That's interesting. All those little holes need to be popped out. I can take care of that. And same thing with this 77.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 78s and 79s right down the line. So
All of them?
yeah, right down the line. So this is 75 right here, and it's got these small holes in, which also need to be removed, and that's not easy, but a little bit of working back and forth, and they pop out eventually. Trying not to break it. So keep it flat to the surface, I suppose. Maybe they have extras in there just in case you break it, like I'm gonna probably do if I keep doing this. I don't know. Ugh. There we go. 3 more holes. Rock it back and forth first. Get it started. Maybe it'll pop out on its own. There we go. There we go. Okay, perfect. So now on the back of the hand, we're going to put 75 in some key areas. I'm guessing right here. Yeah, right there. So there's key notches in the back area here, and this is going to fit right in there. And there's 2 holes where that will punch through. So rock it back and forth. So they're in the holes. Once again, being very, very careful, because now you're holding onto stuff that moves and can break super easy. It's interesting because this one's not lighting in as easy as I want it to. There we go. There it goes. Nice and tight. There we go. So that's right there. And then that second one, you have the, oh, perfect. Thank you. The second one is going to go, there's a series of keys on the top here, which this one is going to punch into, and it's going to fly out towards the fingers. Easier said than done, as always. One's not popping in. There we go. All right. So now that's in right there, and then that's in right there. Next up, 79, 78, 79. We're going to do, this is going to be done multiple times. Remember the guy with the 2-eye guy right there? We're going to now be doing something to create, we're creating, I guess what we're doing is we're creating more of the lines from your fingers to the tendons. I'm gonna call these tendons, lack of a better term. So lots of toothpicks. So the way that they have the saying that this is, So we'll start with one toothpick. And these will go more towards the base of it. So we're going to need a toothpick right here. Whoa. Did you get these holes or no?
What? Which holes?
The
I thought I did.
Okay. That's okay. I would have missed them too. There's lots of holes. Start with that one. There we go. And then it's interesting how this is going to work. So you have these little key things, and it looks like it's going to slide and latch. And the slide part is on the first toothpick, and the latch part is going to be on the second toothpick. So let's put the second toothpick in at the end here. Loosen that hole. There we go. Put the second toothpick in. So my understanding is this goes in like this, and then what it's going to do is you can see that. So what it'll do is it'll slide and then it'll latch down. So you'll have different positions that it does that in, and it keeps loose like that. So then we take this one, we put it right on top like that. I think those, yeah, those can be broken off. So we're going to break off these ends so we can use the flat surface to our advantage on this part. They're not going in. Let's pull them a little bit better. And I don't have a problem with the with that, doing that with the whole thing with the little screwdriver just to widen a little bit. I'd rather have it super tight and me having to fix that rather than everything being super loose to attach in there. So there we go. So that's ultimately what we've got right there. And so what's going to happen is, my understanding is this is going to go in these two holes right here. One of them is also pivotable. But it'll ultimately go like that. So it works a little bit better on the whole thing. So let's flatten this out, break these off. And I think I can use one of these toothpicks. I wonder if I should go inward from the middle out rather than from the outward in. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's gonna be tougher on that. Now I don't know if I have a flat surface to push this down on, unless I got like a little box or something. Yeah, that's not gonna work. And I broke the toothpick. It seems to be in there. So let's just say it worked. And if I have to fix it later, I'll have to fix it later. And then there's going to be a toothpick that goes in here. Find the, there we go. Let's just make sure that. There we go. There we go. So that's one. We'll break that off right there. And then we'll just keep going. And there we go. Push it all the way through. All the way through. Put that on there. Now it's just a bunch of busy work. Now, I think that'll work. There we go. We're going to put 2 toothpicks in there. I'm going to break these off first. Oh, thank you, whoever just clicked on the link. Definitely check those out. I like it when I see that. Now in this case, I'm starting to push and twist on the toothpicks to try and get them in, because it's super tough to get in there, and I don't want to break any of the other items that I have so took the time to put together. I can stay there like that. That's not easy. Let's loosen that up a little bit. There we go. See if I can put that in there. There we go. Nice. Nice. There's 2. Flip to the other side. go. There's 3. Push it through a little bit more. There we go. Push this through here. And once again, I'm doing the inner first. In this case, it's the middle finger before I do the index finger. I think that'll make life easier. These toothpicks are not easy to push in at this point in time. How you doing over there?
Good.
There's that. Oops. I do have to admit, this was not. I didn't expect this to be this complex of a project. I'm glad it is. I like a good challenge every now and then.
Does it give you second thoughts about making a marble run with me?
A marble run? No. What she's talking about is that we're thinking about creating a marble run for marble races. That'll be kind of fun, right? All right, so that's 3. One more, and then more. And where are we? I think. What are you popping out right now?
These are all ready to go.
Okay.
And then I'm just popping out these little circles and these.
Okay, cool.
And I don't know, is this extra or are these pieces you're going to need eventually?
I think we're going to need those too. So I think at this point we're hitting a 3-hour mark. I'm getting a little wonky. So, and I know there's going to be a ton of toothpick things. I need to figure out the best way to do this toothpick thing because it's now starting, or we're getting into a point where things are just so close together that it's going to be super tough to get this without something that's going to help me push these in. Like I'm thinking like a little block of wood or something like such. No, the key is a little bit too thin. I'm thinking something a little bit thicker that'll allow me to get up just a little bit that gets up and so I can push the toothpick down on, which I find is the easiest way to push these through the wood sometimes, like that. So There we go. I'll push these through. And then finally this one. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's why. I had that upside down. There we go. Put down, break those off. Pop those off. So I would like to thank Jennifer for helping me out put this next this part together. This was an awesome. She did a great job in getting those. I would have literally probably wouldn't have been to this level if it wasn't for her help in getting the pieces out of the board, because she seems to be doing it a lot easier than I did. Small fingers, yes. So, but let's just push this down. Last one here for this. And then we're going to call it a day. Working. Ah, oh, breaking. Those are in, so I can break that. Okay, perfect. So we skipped ahead and we did this part, and that's where we are in the booklet. So let's get to the booklet. There's the booklet right there. So what we did on the first episode is we married all those rings together. For some reason, these pieces right here on this, they slide out a little bit. And I'm thinking it might be to just kind of fit your hand in, but I'm not sure. And because it might just be that they pull in and out for a reason, and they're a little bit loose, or a little bit stiff in that, so they don't kind of react too well. So maybe I need to like thin it down a little bit. When the first episode, I got all the instructions, but all the instructions, they were in Russian, so I wasn't too sure. There was a piece right here, and we've decided think it's wax of some sort, and the idea is to actually smooth the surface with this thing. So that I didn't use it, so I might have to go back and figure out a way to do that. But they do have the instructions in there. Unfortunately, I got one that was in Russian for some reason, and I should have translated it before I moved forward. So let's see. Ark is actually online. Thank you. How you doing, Ark? You're asking, how do you choose the items to assemble on your streams? That's a good question. The answer is, I was just, when I first saw the hand, it was like, I got to do that project. In fact, I do some of the Lego builds, and those Lego builds, they're simply put, I want to do it. So always do something that's passionate for you. But sometimes I do have companies saying, come to me and say, hey, can you do this? Can you do this? And it's like, yeah, if everything looks good and everything's in line and I have a real passion about it, yeah, I'll definitely do it. So, and I like building things. So I'm hoping to do some more geekery type stuff like this in future episodes. and future live streams. So thank you very much for that question, Ark. I appreciate that very much. If there's any other questions, let's just make sure. I don't see anything on the boards. So let's continue on here. So what we did, once again, we put this all together right here. So the loops into the board, that's the main backboard where your hand is going to go with the rubber bands. And that was step number 30. Step number 31 is that we get piece 95. It looks like 195, and we're going to marry these two boards together. That is awesome. So 95, that's 75. 95 is on board number 1. And I got to be very careful because, like I said, Jennifer pulled the pieces. That's 4. That's 5. That's 3. Where's 1? It's over here. I discarded it already. I thought we took care of all the pieces on 1. We did. So it says it's on 1. This is board 1. Oh, it says 1, but it's actually on board 5. Okay. So that was, I'm glad I didn't throw that away completely, but we're on board 5, so that's 3. And yeah, let's see if I can slide this over without losing anything. You're not seeing what's going on here, but I'm just, there we go. And piece number 95, I see that, and easily brought out. Now, Jennifer also took out all the little holes, because you got to take all those out as well. And that was tough. You know, I think we decided that her fingers are smaller than mine, so it was easier for her to get in there and go from there. So anyway, so what we have here now, this is one of the toughest things is trying to figure out how these lines fit. So I'm not sure. This looks like some sort of bridge that's holding up on the hand here. So it looks like it's telling me, and I'm going to do this very loosely just in case that I find that it's not the case. And that is, let's go to this one right here. So I'm going to be putting this in here, and I'm looking at it right now, and I see that's not the case, because what I don't know if you can see that, but there's 3 little notches on the bottom here. Let's see if you can see it on this one. There's 3 little notches on the bottom here. And those little notches, that's where the arm pieces are going to go. So this needs to be above these pieces right here. So I'm glad I did not try to put this into the hand. So now that I have that, all of these pieces right here have to go underneath. Slide like that. And then it's going to slide in like this. Let's get to this camera again. So as you can see, we've got these. They're lined up with their holes for the most part. And then now we've got to work this in, and then of course we got to work this piece in as well. Since it looks like this can go after the fact, I'm going to work these pieces in first, and that way I don't have to deal with a lot of pressure there. Look at that. And that actually just came in pretty easy. Pretty easy. And this comes around. There's a couple notches back here. And if you look at some of these pieces, you notice that they have it's like little lines. That might be a little bit too blurry for you, but it's like just ever so slight cuts in them, because they're in key pieces that lock the wood in place. And you hear that tightness sound, that creaking sound. That's because we want to have that as solid as possible. So pushing down, rocking back and forth, that's a key right there to make sure that this comes in until you stop hearing cricks in the wood. Then we can assume that everything is in place. So definitely go through it 2 or 3 times, because something can work its way out and work its way back in. So anyway, so we have that. Looks like that's pretty solid at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to gently set this down and then take this. This looks like a bridge to like a violin or something like that. And we're going to take this piece and we're going to ever so gently push that in there. Now, in the last episode, we put in a similar bridge piece up here and then a piece right here. I have a feeling there's going to be something going in between these two, but I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see what happens. Now, from this also, from this piece, we remember this piece that was kind of hanging. It looks like it's going to go here, and then that will control the thumb. And it looks like we might even have a rubber band that I got to put on there, because on the side here, let's go back to this camera. On the side here, we have a notch right about here, and then there's another notch over here. So I'm guessing there's going to be a rubber band coming through those. So that is the underside of the hand. That's looking like it's all in one piece. And what's really cool is now I can kind of put my hand into it and I can point it up like this, and now you can kind of see where it's going, what it's going to look like in the end. So I can come and I can't point any fingers yet, but I can do it like this. So it's right here. It's right here. Anyway, it's really exciting. So, hey, Ark, you are very welcome. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask, and I'll try and answer them as best as possible. Let's see. So we have that. Now what's interesting, I'm looking at this piece right here, and I'm wondering if it was the other way around, if that would fit better on there. And I'm pretty sure I did this right, but it's not impossible that I messed something up on there. So let's look at that. No, yeah, everything, this is on the inside, so I did do this part right. But I'm wondering if this hook right here was actually on the other side, the line would be a little bit straighter, if that would work better. But we're going by what they say, what they have. So let's get to the next step here. Now we have a full hand piece. This is awesome. What do we got here? It's saying we put together the thumb piece last a couple times ago. And as you can see, there's the thumb piece, and so we'll move that forward. And then, yeah, that's all looking right there. So that is everything. We got up to step 36 on that. So now we're going to put in a side piece right here. And to do that, we need, from board number 3, we need these pieces. And these pieces. Oh, it's so much easier when they can just pop out. Thank you, Jennifer. I don't know if she heard me or not. She's so awesome. Anyway. So we have these pieces and these boards. So it looks like what it's doing is it's creating a guide so this doesn't wobble around on this side and fits your hand perfect. So it looks like we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1 board. We had 2 boards. So do we have another 4 pieces coming up? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. So these pieces will go like this. And let's do this. Let's zoom in. Hey, before I do this, I completely forgot. So I don't know if I did the socials or not, but hey, all the socials here. You can find me at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in Geek. I was so excited on getting this started, I forgot to do all this part. So we have that. I also want to talk to you about my review policy because that's very important. I did purchase this this product from my own funds. Nobody is paying me to do this. I am not, I am an independent influencer. I wanted to do this on my own, but all my thoughts and ideas, this is my review policy right here. You can check it all out if you have any questions. Definitely check that out as well. So now let's get back here. As we're going to bring the PTZ camera, we're going to zoom that in a little bit like that. And now, so what we're going to do is we're going to take these boards, and maybe there are 2 of them. Yeah, there are 2 of them. Yeah, okay. So one's going to go up here like this. I'm going to do the individuals on this one. Maybe this one side is going to be the better one to do first. push that in. Come on. Push in. There we go. And then we're going to do 2. There we go. And then we'll do 3. Awesome. And then we'll do 4. Sweet. And then we're going to go up. And it looks like I should have done it the opposite way. I don't know. It's going to be a little tight. It's looking to be just a bit tight. So we're going to have to work it in. And yeah, this actually might be the first time that I really see a small little flaw in their boards, but I might be doing this wrong. So let's do this. Let's pop these out. Let's try it the other way. Three, 4. Hopefully didn't break anything. And this time we're going to do on the upper side first. We'll see if that makes a difference. Yeah, it looks like we did break a little bit on that. That's not good. Especially that wasn't the one that we pulled out. So I might have to. There we go. Okay, perfect. It went in. So a little bit of finagling. It did go in, and push it in a little bit more. I'm hearing a little bit of odd cracking, so I'm going to be very careful with that. But it didn't sound as clicked as that one did. I don't know if you heard that or not, but it just went like that. And the third one comes in. And I'm hoping that this is going to, the structure is going to help keep it more stable. So I don't need to do anything like glue it into place. I have a feeling that this is one of these parts that will eventually break down first out of the whole thing after a whole ton of use. So now, okay, yeah, okay. So that does make a little bit of difference in pushing in, getting this together. So do the top part first, this part first, and then this part, just like that. Lining things up. Push in, line up, push down, fight, fight, fight. Up. That popped out. That's okay. Get these in. There we go. Look at that. Yeah, and that's the first piece. I think that was the one with the broken part there. So it's all falling into place, and it feels pretty sturdy at this point. So that's good. And that doesn't look to be in. A little bit more finagling. There we go. There we go. There we go. That looks to be all in. That's not too bad. Right there. Let's take a look from here. So that's the piece right here. So what that piece is going to do is it's going to go right here. I think we don't have to, yeah, we don't have to do anything else. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put it right into the board here, just like that. I'm not sure the best way to do this. A little bit of rocking back and forth. Okay, so I think out of this whole build there are 2 points where it's not going to be the easiest to put together. A little odd. And I think this is the first time where I'm starting to see holes not lining up properly. But once again, that might just be where, you know, all pieces need to be aligned properly. And this is definitely not the easiest thing to pop in. So be very careful. Take it very slow. Don't yell. Don't cuss. Don't get your coconuts. I have no idea. So let me try this. So I'm gonna. What I did was, what I'm doing is I'm tipping this forward. I'm gonna try and get all of these pegs into the first set of notches. Said notches, not nachos. to try and get this to go. This is going to be, this looks like to be the challenge of the hour right now. And once I get that, it keeps sliding out. Dang it. Dang it. They're not popping up here. Let's just tighten these down. Maybe by doing that, it will help me guide these in better. Because it literally, you should just be able to take it like this and push down, but I don't see them lining up properly. They're lining up a lot better now that I did that push down. And of course, there's nothing underneath, so what I should really do, first of all, I'm going to turn off that. What I should really do is find something like this and put it underneath so I have some sort of leverage as I try and push the first one in. And I'll push the second one in. And then I'll try and line that and push the third one in. And I have a feeling once they all line up, they start and they get to the starting point, that they'll just pop and it'll be in. It is not going in there. That is a tough one right there. Let's move this a second. So as you can see, those are the holes right there. This is where I'm trying to get them in, and they just don't want to do it really. So let's try going this way and see if that helps. Because I got the first set in, and now I can kind of rock back and forth and try and get the second set in, and I gotta line up the third set. So the second set has place to move, and that kind of goes in. Let's do the fourth one, and then slight rocks back and forth, and we're kind of in, but we have a lot of way to go here. A lot of way. There's a lot of space here, so let's keep pushing down. I'm gonna put my little helper in there. Go. It's getting solid, but it's still not there. So what I'm doing is I'm just going from each post and rocking back and forth just a little bit. And we're gonna go with the idea that little bits of movement make the big difference. And especially because I don't want to break this, because that would suck if I broke anything at this point. But I'm seeing them pop and I'm hearing them creak and moan and complain. I don't want to go in, but they're going in. So, and this is a little bit of force I'm actually using here. So, and I can kind of see them coming in. A little bit of rocking back and forth. They're rocking in the free world back and forth. There we go. There we go. There we go. And let's zoom out so you can see that a little bit better. So as you can see, we're getting there. So we're going to continue with this since this has been the most proven method. And just basically rock back and forth, rock back and forth, rock back and forth. And I'm guessing, I'm going to expect that eventually I'm just going to hear this ultimate pop, and either it's going to break apart or it's going to fall into place. Let's hope it falls into place. It's getting tougher to rock back and forth, so it's getting pretty solid in there. And you definitely got to be just very careful, even though I'm using a lot of pressure here. You got to be very careful because this wood can break. And I think, okay, we got two. You can't see that, but we've got two that have actually gone through to the bottom. I can feel bumps in the wood. And 3 and 4. We'll just do just a smidge more. And it definitely helped to have this, this is actually a light, to have this underneath to help give it pressure. Because the table, since the table, you got all these bumps and stuff like that in the wood, it's nice to be able to put something underneath it and use it for leverage. So have like a little block of wood or something like that at the ready. I think that's pretty good. So now, as you can see, that little guard right there is going to set right there, and then of course the thumb's going to go up here, and then you're going to have your fingers which are going to eventually attach right here. And then we've got the full guard. And there's probably still something that needs to go in here because I see some holes that haven't been accounted for. We'll just say it kind of like that. So anyway, so we got that. Let's see how we're going here. Any other questions? If you have any questions, feel free. That's what the chat is for. And keep in mind, this is a real-time build, which means the whole how many ever hours that I do of this build is going to be online, and you'll be able to watch it. You'll be able to watch it on Amazon in the 3 parts, and then of course in other places you'll be able to watch the entirety of it. So, all right, okay, so there it is, and of course the new camera shot. So here we go. We've got the next piece. So we got that done. So let's call that a success. Now, oh, cool. Next part, we're going to attach the finger holes so we can actually start using the finger parts. So in order to do that, we need board number 5, which Jennifer said that she'd put this in the proper lining, which is I'm seeing is the case. I'm not going to lift this up because it might drop all the pieces. And then she's basically out of this. We'll go back over here so you can see maybe. Yeah, right here we got all these pieces on board number 5. Let's see, this 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all the finger holes right there, and then the first 4 of these, and I think that's all of these in this board. So we're gonna pretty much finish this board right here. So let's that one. Looks like a couple are still in there. There's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. And I should probably be a little bit more aware than just popping them out, because I think some of these are for the thumb and some of these are for the finger. And then these are little joint pieces right here to put them into place. So I got that. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Pop, 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 pop. And then we got these 3 pieces. We will we'll just be extra careful to watch which one goes where. I'll just set those over here. And looks like we got 3 more that they don't need to rock them out. How did you? Oh. Can I borrow your fingers for a minute? There were 2 more pieces here that didn't. Thank you. All right. So what it's telling me is that out of the 4 pieces, and I knew that I should have probably watched this a little bit better. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of those circular ones. So there's one of these in each of the notches, like this, just like that. Thank you. You're awesome. Everybody give Jennifer a round of applause.
And then she knocks everything.
It happens. So they go like this, and then they're eventually going to go around the piece like this, it looks like. And I just got to figure out which ones go where now. And I'm guessing that there's going to be the 2 that are curved are going to be on the outside, and the 2 that are not are going to be on the inside. Just like that. So we need 1, 2, 3, and 4. So with that, we've got our 4 pieces in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's 4 extras. And I'm not sure why there's 4 extras. Maybe they're assuming that those are most likely to break pieces. So they gave you 4 extras just in case. Or maybe they've got a different size. Actually, Now I'm looking at, yes, this one is actually bigger than the other ones that are on the index and pinky fingers. So you probably want to put them around your fingers before you put them in, because this one's super small. Here, let me show you this. Watch this. So compared to this one, I guess it's the same hole. Maybe that's an optical illusion or something. I don't know. We could double it up if we wanted to. Maybe. I don't know. No, that won't let it do that. But this one, gosh, I guess they are the same size, but it looks like this one was bigger for a second there. Interesting. So these are probably just extras, is my guess. So if they break, you can get them fixed, and yeah, go from there. So all right, so we have our 4 set up in their little loops. So what they're going to do is we're going to literally just take toothpicks and push through the whole thing. Let's slide this up. Let's move this over so you can see what's going on. And we're going to do like we did with the other parts. We're going to do the middle 2 first. I think that'll be the easiest way to do this. So we'll bring this out, and that way we don't have to fight with these other pieces right here. Let's see if I can move these out of the way at all. These are supposed to pull down and slide back and forth. There we go, like that. So we can pull them kind of out of the way. And then we put the toothpick in here. Put this part together. We'll put the toothpick in here and kind of feel for when it pops into the hole on the second part. I think that went through. Okay, perfect. And then in this case, I got to be very careful. I'm just going to do a little twisty thing and push and make sure I don't poke my finger, because that's going to hurt. We don't want it to hurt. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to use the table surface to help me push this down a little bit if I can. No, I cannot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my little light here to give me some height leverage. And I'm going to try and push this toothpick through a little bit better. Being ever so careful now. I can have the toothpick break, but I can't have the rest of it break. It's now popping through, so that's good. And there's no place to really push down too much. There we go. It's coming through. Slow but sure, and this is not a fast game. Actually, I can pop this off. That's interesting. I'll do it that way. Let's take this off. There we go. Now let's kind of put some pressure, kind of slide this through. Making sure I don't poke myself. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of break off the end here to flatten it a little bit so I can. There we go. Okay, that's good enough for now. I'm going to push it in a little bit more once I get the second part in. So now I'm going to take that piece that I just took off and put it back on here. I'm going to take this and slide it through. I'm going to grab another toothpick and, of course, pull through the second one. Hopefully this will be a little bit easier to get through. Easier said than said. I might need to take the, as you know, I've been taking this screwdriver and kind of widening the holes every now and then to give me some help here. And yeah, this definitely needed it. All right. I'm just going to do the one hole, but not the other one. I want that to be tougher to get through. And then this can be loosened up a little bit. There we go. Now we'll take this toothpick and we'll push it through. Hopefully. I can grab the toothpick. There we go. There that is. And oh, that's pushing through a little bit better. Oh, that's a lot better. Okay. So now we'll take this and we'll ever so gently apply some pressure. There we go. So now we have a finger. Yay! So now we can put this in. Let's see how this goes. We work our finger in. And as you can see, of course, it's the middle finger. But it's going this way. So now I need to get my hand in here a little bit more. There we go. And then into the ring. And now, hey, come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Anyway. I wonder what, oh, hold on a second. I just realized something. You probably heard an echo there. Apologize on that. Yep. Sorry about that. Let's do that again. There we go. There. That should sound a lot better. Apologize on that. I probably have some sort of echo going on there at the beginning. But anyway, now we got the finger, the first finger on, and we can go from there. I think, if anything, I can just re-toothpick these, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to break these off at this point. This I might want to push in just a little bit more before I commit to it being ready. And break off the ends so I don't have to deal with just the tip. I have a little bit more surface to push with. There we go. There we go. I think that should be good enough. We'll break that off. And now we have the first finger done. Yay! I'm going to leave that there just in case. All right, so now that I did that, I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to take this and I'm going to bring it up like that so it's out of the way. And then this one, I'm going to bring it down at its furthest point. Now, as you can see, it depends on your fingers. If my hand is bigger or smaller, where you're going to end up putting this thing. So if you got really big hands, you might slide this all the way to the end and then latch it down. And if you got smaller hands, you slide it forward a little bit. So let's get the index finger in here. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to try and work in the first toothpick first before I have to deal with the other thing. That way I don't have any extra components that I have to deal with. So I'll put that through, open up that hole a little bit. Try not to break anything. There we go. Just gonna start it over here so at least there's something to work with, and then we'll do the bottom ones. Now, once again, this screwdriver that I'm using does not come with the set. It just was very convenient that it was here. So if you're doing this, if you want to do something similar to this, you might want to see what you got. What this is, I'm making sure I'm trying to pull it out without it pulling apart the whole thing, because I'm kind of feeling, yeah, I was separating a little bit. What this is a Phillips number 00 from Dynamite. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's a nice little Phillips head screwdriver I got for some project, and I can't tell you how I got it, where I got it, or anything like that. Probably from Amazon. That's where I get everything. And let's just widen out these holes. There's that. There's that. Now, pinky, toothpick. We'll start the toothpick here. I'll push it in through here. Let's put this in first. There we go. That was a super tight fit. I'll get this toothpick in here. There we go. Push that through. Well, that's coming in a lot easier. Push that down a little bit to try and get that through a little bit more. And remember, I didn't put the screwdriver through that hole, this last hole, too much, because this is what's that's I want that to be the tightest. And that feels pretty good. We're gonna take it off. Another thing you can do is if this does become a problem, you can use something like not a safety pin, but you know, maybe a little hanging wire. That basically they have sealing wire that you can get at the hardware store that you can probably use to reinforce that if this becomes a problem, and you don't care if it's gonna stay all wood or not, because it doesn't totally matter. But if you want to keep the all wood look and feel, then you'll definitely have to use toothpicks. So have some extra toothpicks lying around. You're definitely gonna have extra toothpicks, so don't put it in with your other toothpicks if you're gonna use this thing. And this is sliding in a little bit easier. And this extra surface is helping me. There we go. Look at that. Oh, that pushed in a lot easier. I like how that's in. Let's see if I can get some of this in. There we go. All right. So now we have the index finger in here. Let's see what we got. That is a very small, for my finger, that is a very small ring. So I might just switch that out with one of these other ones. That one's bigger. So there was a bigger one. Interesting. So what I'm going to do, since I know that's going to be the case, let's just pop this out. And I do that by taking one of my little watch screwdrivers, the really small ones. And you can also take a pliers and kind of work it out a little bit, but I don't know where my pliers are. So let's work. Maybe I don't need them. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. And then I say this one. There's one that was, there it is. There, yeah, so there is bigger hold finger holes right there. There's the small one, and there's the big one. I must have just grabbed the wrong one. That's interesting. All right, let's put this one in. There we go. And we'll just use that same toothpick. Hopefully that'll push right back through. Break on through to the other side, as Jim Morrison would say. Some of you are going, who's Jim Morrison? Well, he's a musician. Passed away a long time ago. All right, there we go. Okay, that's even better. So I'll cut off these toothpick ends in a second here. So now I got these in the far end so I can get them. And then there's my pinky. So now we have the pinky. So the pinky and the middle finger. So we've got two hands that move, or two that move. How cool is that? And this one's not all the way to the end here. There we go. I can put my finger through it. There we go. Look at that. That is awesome. That is totally awesome. All right. Third part. And let's just, okay, we got that. I want to make sure that my pinky is going to go through the pinky ring. Okay, that works. And then my ring finger is going to fit through the ring finger. Now you might want to smooth down these edges since you're going to put fingers in. It looks like there's residual wood on that, but not a big deal. We're gonna once again we're gonna go inside out. So we're gonna put in the ring finger first and then the pinky. And we got my tool here. Let's put this to the side. Let's go back over here, and let's bring this over here. We can lift this up and slide this out of the way. And then this goes up. We'll slide it all the way over so we can get to that. And then I'm going to take my screwdriver tool and we're going to go through here a little bit. There we go. And just a touch through the second one, just to get things started in the right direction. But we want to keep it as tight over on this side as possible. Now what you could do is you could loosen up one side and then keep the other side tight, and then go to the other side and do it the opposite way. That's just a little bit too much thought. We got a little bit too much give here. So we're going to take this piece and we're going to put it right in between. So I have a little bit of, there we go. There we go. Now come back out. There it is. Now we'll start with the top one. I'll take this off of the thing here. We'll bring this in. Oh yeah, let's there's one. And there's two. And now we get a toothpick in here. And we start this here. Bring this in. Pass it through. There we go. And it's very important to be patient on this stuff because it's not going to be easy to get to push things through. It takes a little bit of time and patience. And I do have to admit that it was my dad that showed me a little bit of patience on this, because my dad actually built circuses in miniature, and he had local around here. He'd show off the Powers Family Circus is what it was called, and he used HO gauge for trains. If you're into trains, you know what gauge that is. If you watch Big Bang Theory, it's the one that doesn't really fit in the mouth too well. You have N gauge, which is like the super small one. Then you have HO gauge, which was a lot of train collectors would do that gauge because it just was in the right scale. And I don't know the scale size on that. But anyway, then you had O gauge, which was bigger, and yeah, so that was that. We got this third one. Oh, that actually came in pretty quick and easy. So my dad would be down in the basement, and he'd be building circuses in miniature. And that might be a fun task to do someday, just to kind of show you how to do it, because I kind of remember a little bit about it. We got 3, one more. And so yeah, that's why I'm kind of having fun with some of these builds, because it just brings me back to the days when we used to build as kids. And of course, you probably have very similar stories with your parents or on your own, whatever you did in your building. What did you guys do? If you're still on, what did you do when you were a kid? Did you build anything? You could have built bikes. You could have built, I don't know, stormtroopers. You could have built Legos. We had Legos. We had Lincoln Logs. We had erector sets. That was my favorite, was the erector set. In fact, we were watching the TV show Doom Patrol on HBO Max. And there's this, in the second season, first scene, they're all in miniature. Spoiler alert, thank you. but they use the bottom line is they use the erector set to build some stuff in there, and that's pretty cool. Did I say all of them were alive? Maybe I was wrong. All right. Okay, let's grab a toothpick here. And let's get this last one in. Oh, this is going to be cool. And then we got to attach the thumb and go from there. Oh, it's so much easier when you loosen this holes up a little bit. There's one. We'll slip this through. And then we're going to bring in, is that the right? No, that's the small pinky. I want a big pinky. There we go. I want to be able to get my finger in it. There we go. And then the last one. Let's bring that up. Bring that through. And then I'm going to use my little surface here to kind of push it down a little bit. That doesn't work. There we go. I think that would work. Once again, that's easy to re-toothpick just in case it does pop out. We'll put that into place, and we'll slide this, and we'll put this into place. And we'll break off the toothpick there. And then they say a utility knife to take off the tips there, but I have a really awesome little saw that you saw at the beginning. This one right here, because it's got this piece, and it's meant for metal, you know, like little pipes and things like that. But this is working perfectly here. Just a little bit. And I could actually probably break it from there. Same thing with this. Start the cut. And you can do this with a utility knife as well. There we go. Watch your fingers. There we go. And then maybe a little bit of sandpaper to get the rust down. But now all of these are in their far end position. They're all in place. We can put it in and put our hand in. Slide it in a little bit more. Put it into the finger holes. Watch this. And ladies and gentlemen, we have, there we go, there we go, there we go. We have fingers. All right. Oh, look at that. Oh, that is awesome. That is sweet. I can punch you. We don't have a thumb yet. That's what we're going to do next. So, but the fingers are there. Let's take a look here. So all the fingers are moving. And we could do, there's the peace sign. We can't, unfortunately, we can't do this with the fingers. That would be kind of fun if we could spread them out that way, because then we could do a true peace sign. But as you can see, it's looking good. And that camera's a little bit behind on the audio. Apologies on that. I just have to refresh it as we go. So let's do that really quick and grab some water, and then we will go to our next step here. So I'm going to do that, and then we're going to do that, and I'm going to hit that button. It'll freeze for a second, and then it's coming back, and it's a little bit more in line. Get some water here, and where are we? We're at about the 1 hour mark. Exactly where I was expecting us to be. That's awesome. So let me the recording here. There we go. Let's see, is there any other questions here that we might have? Doesn't look like it. Once again, this is what we're working on. This is the Wood Trick robot wooden hand robotic arm kit that we got. It's fairly inexpensive, and it's a fun little project. It will take a few hours. We are on hour number 7. And I probably would be on hour number 9 if it wasn't for Jennifer's help, even probably hour 12, actually, now I'm thinking about it, because she helped pop out some of the stuff. And, if you guys like what we're doing here, let me know, and maybe we'll do another one. Maybe we'll talk with Wood Trick and see what they got for stuff. So, what's that? Oh, and we're going to, do they have a marble run? Yes, they do. They have a marble run. And we'll probably do that one because Jennifer's excited about that. So we've just cached that board, so we can now get rid of that. We have, we cached another board too. We cached this board right here, so we can get rid of that. So we have one major board, which I have a feeling that's already cached as well, and it just has extra spare parts. And then we have this one right here, which has some extra parts on here. And these might actually be extra parts, because this looks like from where we made the finger and those little curvature pieces that I just put in here. And then this might be an extra bridge. So this might be extra wood right here. And then I think, once again, earlier on the first episode, I popped these out, and I bet you these are also going to be extra pieces. But we'll see what happens here. Maybe those round ones, maybe they're not. But once again, we'll see in a second here. So now it's time to attach the thumb, which I'm assuming is going to be our next step. Now we got all the fingers in. Yes, 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 yes. Did we skip a step? Oh, we did. I think we did. We forgot. We're going to back up because the thumb did get attached. Where did it get attached? Oh, it got attached before. Since I did skip ahead on that first episode, I ended up, we didn't attach this piece to the thumb, and that was in a step before. So let's take it back a second here, and we got this. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this in here like this. So how does that work? It's just basically a toothpick in here. Now notice how this is like this. It's a little bit not flush, so I'm really worried that toothpick is going to start to break somehow. And I thought literally that this end right here should be on this side. But everything that I'm seeing here shows that I've done this part the way they wanted me to do it. So we're going to see how this works. And if anything, this hole right here, we could probably widen out a little bit. And by widening out the little hole, it will probably allow for a little bit of movement so it can work well here. But we're not going to do that yet. We're going to see how this works first. And then if we need to make that change, we will make that change. All right, let's go back here. Before we do that, there's also a rubber band that's going to be involved, and I think that rubber band needs to come in first, and that is correct. So we'll grab one of the rubber bands, and if anything, that rubber band needs to go through the, oops, don't fall over. You're getting ready to fall over. All right, there we go. So it needs to go into these notches up here. So we're going to put this in, but we're going to leave this like this for now until we get the toothpick in here. Like before, I'm going to take my screwdriver and kind of make this hole up here easier to get through. And start the other one, but not too much. There we go. Now we're going to take a toothpick. I'm running out of hands. There we go. Take the toothpick. We're going to bring this up. And we're going to slide this through. It's going through just fine. We're going to bring it through the big hole. And then we're going to turn this a little bit so I can see this go through. And yeah, it's going through that second hole. Just twisting it just ever so slightly. I'm definitely putting some pressure on the hand. So I want to take, I think I can use a table on this. Yeah. Push it through a little bit more. There we go. Look at that. That's awesome. Now that toothpick is through. Now we take this rubber band. We'll make sure it's in that notch. And then we'll bring it over here. and put it right there. It's not easy. Bring it through. There we go. Had to widen the rubber band. Look at that. Sweet. So now, if I move the thumb, it doesn't have all the movement that I expected. And if I remember correct, we did have a problem. There was a question about how this thumb was put together with the washers and everything like that. So I might have to look and see if I actually did do the thumb right, because it doesn't do as much as I was expecting. It's not really bouncing back the way I want it to. And in fact, I kind of wish I would have done a second rubber band on this thing. Is there a way to bring a second rubber band into this? Let's give it a try, because we have some extra rubber bands. No. No, it doesn't look like. I'd have to take this apart to get that rubber band in there. Unless, ooh, I might have went too far on that. Let me take this toothpick back out. This is actually an easy in, so pulling it out should be fairly, there we go. I think, let me double check. No, it actually wraps through both. So let's take that other rubber band now that we've pulled that out. Let's just double rubber band. We'll double band it. The band of rubbers, brothers, whatever. Although I don't see a notch over there like I do on this first one, so I am wondering if this is just gonna be better if it's like that. I'm gonna double band it. So we'll take this off for a second. And then we're gonna put this back on and put the toothpick back in. Make it easy. Let that go. Get that through. There we go. Oh, perfect. Now, I have two rubber bands in here. That doubles the strength of the pull. I'll put them at the end. There we go. Oh, that was one. The other one go. There it is. There it is. So now that doubled the strength of the pull. So now if I put my hand in here and I put my thumb in here, yeah, it's still not going the way I'd want it. It just feels so tight, and it's not going all the way back. I actually have to take my thumb and actually move it back for it to actually sit backward. So as you can see, like that. But it does move. And I think that's a win right there. Let's call that a win. Because it is. It really is. And now I'll put all these in. Add. And loosen this out so I can get, oh yeah, get my hand in there better. There we go. And there we go. Come here. I want you to come here. You're such a beautiful camera. Such a beautiful camera. All right. Hey, there we go. Let's break that off. There we go. Just like that. Sand that down a little bit later. Look at that. How cool is that? Well, the thumb, I still say the thumb is not doing what I was expecting it to do. So I might have to look at this a little bit more, because I'm expecting it to go like this. Maybe there's another place for a rubber band to kind of help it pull it back to its origination. The fingers are doing exactly what I expected to do. So, you know, we could, let's see, we could rock out. Oh, yeah. We could hang loose, dude. Yeah, babe. We could, I don't know, could say, okay. Yeah, and we could do that too, but we're not going to. But look at that. That is pretty sweet. I'm geeking out already, but I'm not sure if that was the last part. Let's just go to the last page here. We got everything in here. I will double check every page to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I think that's it. I think we're done. I think we got it to where it is. The bottom line, the thumb, there's still something that a little wonky about the thumb that I think I need to figure out. Because it should really be setting back like that. Here, let's go this one. I love this new camera. So it should be going back like that. And it's not. So, and when I remember we put this thumb together, there was something that like I said, there was something questionable about it. Excuse me. But taking apart this thumb is really not a big deal. Let me just reconnect on this camera here. There we go. So it's not a big deal to bring this thumb back into workings. You see how I have to actually push it back out for it to come back out, even with a double rubber band on it. And the fingers are they're just working nonstop, no problem right there. So that is so cool. I don't know if I can pick anything up. I probably can't because this opposable thumb is not working the way I expected it to. Let's try. Let's take this toothpick. I'll put it right where you can see it, or right there. And then I can't do it. It's not possible. All right, I'm glad I'm not a robot, I suppose. That's it. That's it. We're done. We got it. We tricked it out. We would trick this puppy out, and we've got a hand. Look at that. I got to hand it to you. Isn't that awesome? That is so awesome. It's exactly, minus the thumb. Once again, I still think that there's something that I might have done wrong. I'll have to double check on the instructions. But minus the thumb, I am very impressed with how this is put together. I like the fact that you got some extra parts to it. So if you have smaller hands, it looks like A, and then B, if you break, let's say down the road one of these breaks, I can actually use one of these extra parts to put it back together. So that's awesome. And that's it. Why did it? Oh, that was weird. Back up, back up, back up, back on, back on, back on. Please come back on, please come back on. We got kicked off for a second there, but I think we're back up. We'll be back up in a second here. We're at the final point, and I don't want it to stop. Here we are. Woo! Oh, my heart stopped for a second here. We lost connection there, but it looks like we're back on. Yes, we are. Thank you very much. So, all right. So there we are. We've got the hand. This is the hand that feeds you. It's coming after you. You and you alone. So I got 4 things to say. 1, this was one heck of a fun project. 2, it's not super easy to build. It does take a small toll on your fingers. I feel a little bit on my fingers from pushing these toothpicks in. 3, parental supervision. And 4, look at what you get out of it. You get an extra hand. So what can I do with this extra hand? Well, once I get this thumb working a little bit better, I might be able to pull something off the top shelf. I don't know. I might be able to point and say, hey, look over there. Look over there. I could do a lot more. I could paint these so these could look more robotic, maybe a little gray metal. I could take my shirt like this. I don't know if I can do this. Like here. Luke, I lost my hand. Here's my hand. I'm a Jedi. Anyway, so there's lots of things you can do here, and yeah, this is wild. I'm really excited on it, and I can't wait for Jennifer. She can't see this right now, but she's going to be really happy, impressed with this, I think. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the wood trick, the mechanical wooden hand. And it only took a while to build, but it was a lot of fun, and I highly recommend, even if you don't have kids, to do it. I really do. So there it is right there. You can get it right now. It's in stock. They have some other cool stuff as well, from trains to marble sets to what else we got? So we had the train right there. You can build yourself a train if you're into that. There's a semi truck right there, and then looks like another one. Got a little puzzle box right there, the movie thing, and of course the really cool Geekazine logo design wear that you can get over at Geekazine. So, all right, so 7 hours and 15 minutes. Not a quick thing to do unless you're really good at putting it all together and very meticulous and setting out the pieces as it is. There are extra parts, so get yourself a little baggie and put those parts into the bag. And I'm not sure, there's these parts. I don't think, maybe they were just filler on the middle there for some reason, and maybe they don't go into anything. And maybe I just haven't found it yet, but there's these extra parts. Maybe there's an additional something that you use these for. I don't know. But these are not extras that I can see out of here. And they don't go into any inserts that I can find. So we'll see what happens. And I'll keep you up to date on that through future episodes of the Geek Tech Talk Live here. So that's it. Wood Trick, thank you guys very much for a fun little build right here. And here it is from the side. We've got, it's just, I'm just, once again, impressed. It's solid, and minus the thumb, it's working really well. And yeah, we'll go from there. So thanks a lot for watching. I'm just super excited. I'm geeked out. I'm totally geeked out. I need a map. I'm so geeked out here. So if you got any questions, feel free. You can contact me over at Geekazine, Think Magazine, put in a geek. Socials are here. There's a follow, a subscribe, hey, come over here, come hither button, whatever the button is, go ahead and press that. Thanks to everybody who's watching right now. We've got a few people on. Thanks to everybody who's clicked on the links. Remember the original one. Let's go back to the original one that you can get right now. I want to see your builds, so feel free to send me pictures and video and everything like that to any of my links social wise. You can DM me anywhere, and geekazine@gmail.com is my email address if you really want to geek out and send it straight to me. Let me know how you build. If you build the hand, send me pictures. If you build the marble thing, send me pictures. If you build the puzzle thing, send me pictures. Whichever wood trick you decide to build, or even if it's not wood trick, if you decide to build, send me photos. Show me what's out there and say, hey, you know, I saw you building this online. Why don't you try this one? And I'll go, yeah, what the hey? Yeah. As Ark was asking earlier, it's all about the passion. And I had this super big geeky passion to get this hand done. And it's done. I'm really excited about it. So anyway, that's it for today. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm just gonna bask in the glow. Let's see if there's any other questions here. Doesn't look like it, and doesn't look like it. So we're gonna let you guys go and get to the next video. Thanks a lot for watching, you guys. Geek out. You've been watching the Master Wood build from Wood Trick, and they got a whole bunch more. So until next time, geek out, and we'll see you on Geek Tech Talk Live.